exotic pets. Polaris has a lot of exotic pets, so she often encounters such situations. Usually, I would seek help in groups of like-minded people. After all, everyone likes exotic pets, and the more you engage and understand, the more knowledgeable you become. After raising exotic pets for a long time, seasoned owners will have more experience dealing with issues that arise. It's just that this time the foreign object has grown, and it's not something that can be handled by the group members. Polaris said, I asked some of my friends. His turtle had a similar situation before, but the cause was never found. It looked like it was growing acne and eventually resolved itself, but his turtle was relatively young and in good health. I'm afraid mine won't make it. We can't just do nothing and watch it happen. Polaris sighed. Some group members suggested I hurry up and take it to a major hospital for examination, but the turtle can only be shipped. In its current state, I'm afraid that it won't make it during transport. The turtle's eyes moved. What is missing? I can't hear clearly. Can you say it again? In your situation, I suggest going to the hospital for an X-ray to confirm if there is a foreign object. Wen Youning thought about the difficulty Polaris would have in getting medical attention. You should point your phone at the area with the foreign object and take a clearer picture. Okay. Polaris adjusted the angle, focusing the camera. As the turtle turned its head, he manually corrected the position. Don't move around. Teacher Wen is here to examine you. What are you looking at? What illness? Why is the person talking so softly? Is there an illness? Wen Youning explained to the turtle, it's not that the person is sick, it's that you are sick. It turns out the person really is sick. Wen Youning. Something feels off. What is that thing? It feels like it's almost half the size of a turtle's head. It must be uncomfortable being stuck like that. Those who raise exotic pets really fear their pets getting sick, feeling anxious and helpless. The problem is, even if it's diagnosed as a tumor, no one will perform the surgery. Wen Youning traced her fingers along her jaw, deep in thought, and said, you should turn down the volume on your phone and place it on the side where the turtle has the abnormal growth. Huh, like this? Polaris was confused but thought that Teacher Wen wanted to talk to the turtle in secret so that it wouldn't hear, so he obediently followed suit. He was thinking about whether he needed to step outside to avoid suspicion. After all, at such a close distance, even if he blocked his ears, he could still hear something. But Wen Youning didn't give him a chance to ask. She said succinctly and plainly, hello. Polaris. What does it mean? Is it really necessary to be so mysterious when just saying hello? Or is there some encrypted vocabulary in the turtle's language for these two words? The turtle showed no reaction, and Wen Youning tried a few more times. Are you there? Can you hear me? Hi. The turtle lying on the table even closed its eyes. Wen Youning quietly pointed at the screen. Polaris, are you listening? I am, Polaris replied briskly. Did Teacher Wen notice the problem? Can you determine what illness it is? About right. To be safe, Wen Youning confirmed again. Turn your phone to the other side of the turtle's head. The other side. Polaris turned the turtle around and put down the phone like this. Wen Youning said hello. Hello. Are you greeting the turtle? Well, still greeting the turtle. What a polite human. Wen Youning nodded and diagnosed. It's not a tumor, it's otitis media. No, what is it? In that moment, Polaris felt that he was the one suffering from otitis media. A turtle, an amphibious turtle, has otitis media. Do turtles have ears too? Wow, how fresh. Of course turtles have ears. How did you get such a rare disease? I thought it was a parasite, but it turns out to be otitis media. Haha, so Teacher Wen was trying for a long time because she was listening to see which side the turtle would respond to, right? Wen Youning said, there's pus inside, find a reliable animal hospital, tell the doctor to puncture it, squeeze out the pus, then disinfect it, clean the ear and apply the medication. The doctor is hesitant to act carelessly because they are not familiar with the situation, and the tumor issue is too significant, so the lack of understanding makes them even more reluctant to take on the case. But it should be clearly explained to the doctor that a simple puncture with a needle to squeeze out the contents is not a complicated procedure. Is it really that simple? Polaris questioned. After asking so many doctors without any answers, she felt her heart was hanging in suspense, thinking she might have a serious illness. As a result, after hearing Wen Youning say this, Polaris felt it was just like when you squeeze acne after using a needle. It's just a bit of trouble with the follow-up cleaning and disinfection. But it isn't a particularly troublesome issue. Wen Youning nodded. Indeed, it's not a big problem, just find a reliable doctor. This treatment is quite challenging in terms of operational skills. Doctor, what doctor? The turtle can't hear a very soft sound once it turned, but when it hears a noise it gets curious, as if it's listening to something confusing. The North Star was lost in thought while holding the phone, pondering which doctor to look for on the list. Hiss. Help. Stop chatting, the snake is dying. Are you still keeping it? If not, say something. If it really doesn't work, just release me. I feel so uncomfortable. Wen Youning, the snake you raised. Ah, yes, I raised a golden-colored little pig-nosed snake. Bei Jixing thought Wen Youning was curious, so he turned the camera towards the pig-nosed snake. It's probably about to hibernate, so it's a bit lazy and not moving much. Wen Youning asked, newbie. Well, I just bought it not long ago and I've been quite busy. Plus, it needs some peace and quiet now that it's home, so I haven't handled it much. Beixing was saying this while typing to contact the doctor. The pig-nosed snake raised its head, hiss. Whether it's new or old, the snake is about to suffocate. Why is there no reaction from the person at all? I can't get out, I can't get out. Is the person speaking there? Can you save the snake? If you can't, then forget it. Wen Youning said, come down and let me take a look, it's hard to see clearly from up there. Polaris. He looked down at the floor he was standing on, filled with questions. Where do I go from here? The pig-nosed snake fell from the small tree when it heard the sound. Quick, look, help. The snake feels so uncomfortable. When did it start? Wen Youning looked at the abnormal outline of the pig-nosed snake's body, which was hanging on the tree, with bends and turns that had not been discovered. Hiss. The day before yesterday at dusk. What's wrong, Teacher Wen? Polaris raised his head from the mobile chat box and noticed that Wen Youning's attention was entirely on the pig-nosed snake. He exclaimed in surprise, could it be that something is wrong with my snake too? Dystocia occurred. It started in the dark the night before last, and the exact time is unknown. Wen Youning briefly described the situation of the pig-nosed snake and asked, did you find a good doctor? I found one, but why does it have dystocia? Beiji Xing's head buzzed with confusion, caught off guard by the message from Wen Youning. I haven't even helped it hibernate yet. It just got home not long ago. How could it be pregnant? Beiji Xing was truly flustered and busy, taking the pig-nosed snake out of the glass tank and placing it into a plastic box for travel. He kept talking. No, I don't have a male pig-nosed snake at home. I thought it was going to hibernate and didn't dare to disturb it. It turns out it has dystocia. Goodness, do snakes lay eggs without a male snake? After such a long time of difficulty in labor, is it still possible to save it? Will the little snake suffocate? Since it is oviparous, the egg shouldn't be able to suffocate, right? It is still hibernating. If it suffocates and you pass by and take a look, if you poke it and it doesn't move, wouldn't you still have to praise how soundly it sleeps? The market for selling pet snakes is actually quite lacking, and the regulation is not very strong. There are many backyard cat and dog breeding places that are not uncommon, and you can only discover them when sick cats and dogs are received. Wen Youning tried to use simpler language to clarify the confusion of Beixing. For example, Keeping snakes together to save space and breed more pet snakes for sale is quite common. The store where I bought the hog-nosed snake is not legitimate. Beidixing understood what Wen Youning meant, but he didn't even buy the hog-nosed snake at a store. It was from a friend selling it online. Damn snake seller, they've caused me trouble. Beidixing hurriedly packed the hog-nosed snake and the turtle into a box. Teacher Wen, I'm in a rush to save a life, can't chat anymore. Wen Youning said, if you encounter any problems at the hospital that cannot be solved, you can find me for a live consultation. For problems that non-exotic pet doctors cannot handle, she can provide remote guidance. Okay, thank you, Teacher Wen. Upon receiving this response, Polaris's eyes turned red. Treating the illness is the priority. There's no time for extra words. The market is very chaotic. For those who want to buy exotic pets in the future, it's best to go local and see them in person. Although this is said, it can still be somewhat difficult in practice. Wen Youning sighed, thinking she could only try to minimize the losses. The reserve is not yet dark. The tourists for the night tour haven't entered the reserve yet. Compared to the long lines during the day, now only a few scattered vehicles can be seen. Bai Minghui saw that Wen Youning had hung up the call, and then he spoke. I can drive the car in a bit, do you want to go in directly? Wen Youning said, no need, I'll just walk in from the outskirts myself. The fundamental reason the tour bus is lingering outside is that the White Lion does not like these vehicles entering its territory. If she starts, what should others do if they follow her in? When facing the question of why can she do it but I can't, it becomes troublesome to resolve. Reducing unnecessary questions, Wen Youning opened the car door and got out. Wen Youning looked into the distance, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, but only saw an empty space. Hey, where's the White Lion? It was clearly just here a moment ago. How could the White Lion disappear in the time it took to open a car door and get out? Warm Teacher Wen, Bai Minghui lowered his voice. Wen Youning turned around and noticed the White Lion jumping up from the other side of the car. Meeting Wen Youning's gaze, the White Lion nonchalantly picked up the backpack. Woo! Move aside. Wen Youning stepped sideways to the right for 2 steps. The White Lion jumped down holding a backpack, and its slightly curled tail brushed against Wen Youning's arm. Ayawoo! Let's go. When did we go up? Was the action so swift? So handsome, this glance back, this tail, it's amazing. The thought that such a good lion can't be given to the girls in the live stream makes my heart ache. Wen Youning has a bright smile, following the White Lion. Let's go. Bai Minghui was in the car, silently thinking about driving a bit further away. Wasn't it said that lions shouldn't get into the car? The staff misunderstood me. He parked nearby to avoid blocking the road, preventing a lion from jumping in unnoticed later. But then again, I thought, since the White Lion had come up earlier, other lions would sense the White Lion's scent and might see the car as the White Lion's possession, so they wouldn't dare to jump in. If that happened accidentally, wouldn't it be seen as provocation? After the White Lion stepped onto the car, it seems to feel safer. I thought you were sleeping. When Youning walked alongside the White Lion, the male lion can sleep for 20 hours a day, while the White Lion seems to always be busy. Woo! Not sleeping. The White Lion carried the backpack into a few trees, which served both as the lion's bed and a cool resting place. Wen Youning didn't see the yellow lion on the way here. It seems it should have eaten enough and gone back, not even leaving a bone behind. The little lion squeezed back in here. Wen Youning took down the fan that had stopped spinning from around the female lion's neck. It's been hanging there for so long that it has no power left. I'll charge it when I go back and bring it over to you tomorrow. It just so happens that it's not so hot at night, and the fan won't be needed. The lioness had already opened her eyes when Wen Youning walked over. She thought she was a trustworthy person, so she didn't react at all. Wen Youning picked up a small bottle of insect repellent and sprayed some on her wrist, overlapping the inner side of her wrist to evenly spread the light green insect repellent. "This scent is quite nice," Wen Youning said after thinking for a moment. "It's a bit like a mix of grass and mint." The ingredient list indeed contains mint, and it feels cool when sprayed on the skin. The white lion lay behind her, wrapping around Wen Youning, tilting its head to sniff. "Do you like it?" Wen Youning handed over the whole bottle. "Want some too?" The white lion turned its face away in disdain. "Woo. No. Breaking things. Here, due to the hot weather, the unfinished prey rots and smells, and flies are quite common. Sometimes you can see a lion waking up from a nap covered in flies. The white lion does not have flies on it, perhaps because of its color or its cleanliness. It stands out too much to have even a bit of black on its white fur. The spray can indeed reduce the trouble of the white lion, driving away those annoying flying bugs. Not broken, very useful, The ingredient list is also clean, and it's advertised to be drinkable, but Wen Youning doesn't plan to taste it. Hiss. The white lion looked back. "I just sprayed a little on the back of your neck and you can't lick it off." Wen Youning rubbed the mane on its neck and blended the spray. All right, let's give your tail a break." Wen Youning also applied some on the female lion. The back of domesticated animals' necks are usually the place for dropping deworming medicine, which is safer because it's hard to lick or touch. The scent, which was already quite faint, couldn't be smelled if not sniffed directly from the bottle. Once sprayed, it disappeared in the wind. The flies have almost all left as well. Several have fallen to the ground, flapping their wings in distress. In the morning, Wen Youning came in after spraying, thinking to bring the spray in the afternoon when she saw the flies on the female lion. You can't spray continuously, but it's good to be light-hearted for a moment. Wen Youning pressed down on the grass below, spreading the thick coat from her backpack on the ground as she lay down with her head resting on the white lion's belly. When she was at the zoo before, she also used to treat the white lion as a pillow. It was just that the ceiling I saw back then has now been replaced by the sky. The scenery viewed is different, and the state of mind is also different. Let's come in early to stay with the white lion and then go out for a stroll in the evening. Wen Youning felt the rise and fall of the white lion's abdomen. "I heard that you can see stars here at night." "Woo. What are stars?" "Don't know what the stars are, so you just say, Wen Youning tilted her head teasingly. "Roar," the white lion raised its paw. Okay, you know." Wen Youning put one hand behind her head and with the other hand tousled the white lion's mane, her fingertips curling around the fur. "I don't know if camping is allowed here, and I haven't seen any tents for sale." "Camping in a wildlife protection area? Sis, you really dare to think that? What's the difference between this and throwing yourself into the lion's den?" In the morning when I open the tent, the lion says, "Wow, fresh takeaway ready to eat." If camping is allowed, the mortality rate of herbivores in the reserve will decrease, asking if they are full. Why not ask Teacher Wen? Just because others can't doesn't mean you can't. Let's talk about it later. Wen Youning wants to stay here for a few more days. There is plenty of time and no need to rush. After all, the hotel fees have been paid. As she spoke, Wen Youning yawned. "It makes me feel sleepy just lying around. Just sitting and waiting to watch the night scenery and stars is not that simple." But the daily life of a lion is just this simple and unadorned. The white lion, licking its paw, paused for a moment and unconsciously glanced into the distance. A brown ball was trying hard to hide in the grass. When the lion glanced, it felt something was off, and when it looked up to meet the lion's gaze, the little warthog immediately stiffened and lay down flat. "Warthog?" Wen Youning pushed aside the white lion's mane and lay down. "How did it come out? And it's so close to the lion pride. Even a subadult male lion can hunt this small warthog. It's a matter of one bite." This little guy is strutting around. Is he that brave? Woo! Keep it. I like to raise pets. Wen Youning was taken aback. She didn't think the white lion would like raising a small warthog as a pet. Maybe lions don't have the concept of pets, but clearly the white lion does not regard the small warthog as food or as a reserve. Do I like to raise? When Youning raised her brow, could it be that he caught it to keep as a pet for her? The white lion stared at her intently. When Youning was sure it really was caught by her. It's just like the rabbit from before. She has also raised it after taking it out of the hospital. The white lion might not understand why humans raise food, but it will keep some for them. When Youning met the gaze of the white lion, her lips slowly curling up as she pounced and hugged its neck, its mane smearing her face as they rolled to the side. Roar! The white lion moved its paws and opened its mouth to roar twice, before being rolled over by Wen Youning. During the rolling, the phone in her pocket fell out and buzzed and flashed on the ground. Ha ha! Woo! The white lion bared its teeth at her. Wen Youning lay on the grass patting the white lion's head. I have an emergency. Help me bring my phone over. The white lion shook its head impatiently. Roar. Go by yourself. Before the sound of the roar faded, the white lion had already reached the phone and picked it up. Wen Youning sat up and asked, is it broken? Fortunately, the grass is relatively soft and the call was successfully connected. Good evening, Teacher Wen. The boy nodded. My cat has been sick and we went to 2 hospitals but they couldn't find the cause. Could you take a look for me? Wen Youning, what symptoms does it have? The camera shifts to the British short-hair blue cat's face, and at a glance you can see its eyes are red, and the fur around its eye circles is already wet. The whole cat looks wronged, as if it has just been crying. Its eyes. Yes, my eyes have been watering continuously, and some parts of my eyes are quite red. The hospital I checked before said it might be conjunctivitis and prescribed me some medication, but it didn't have any effect. Later, I found another hospital that said it wasn't conjunctivitis. They checked my eye pressure and did a basic physical examination. The guy took out the examination and payment receipts, saying, anyway, even after all the tests, they still can't confirm the cause of the illness. They just told me it's not conjunctivitis. Whether it's conjunctivitis seems to have become unimportant. What matters is what illness I actually have. Wen Youning asked, have you done an allergy test? It's been done. The boy pulled out the list and pointed it at the camera. The doctor suspected it was an allergy at that time. It was autumn and things were floating down from the trees. They suspected that something came in through the window when the wind blew, which caused the cat to have an allergic reaction. However, the test results overturned all previous guesses. Is it possible that your eyes are actually fine, but you did something that made you cry? Is the cat's temper so big that it can make you cry? I don't know. My cat gets angry and will sneak away to ambush me, but I've really never seen it cry. What are you looking at? Aren't you reflecting on this? You are guilty of letting the little cat be bullied like this. Wen Youning finished looking at all the lists and said, point the camera at the strong wind. Okay, the boy squatted down and said, do you need me to help you lift your eyelids? No need, Wen Youning said and then immediately asked, hello, big wind, can I ask you a few questions? Meow, the blue cat raised its eyes which were misted over. What? Wen Youning asked, does your eye hurt? Meow. It doesn't hurt. Ja meow. Stab, Wen Youning fiddled with her fingers and thoughtfully said, you feel something poking your eye when you blink, right? Meow. The British short-hair cat abruptly lifted its head, seemingly in agreement with Wen Youning's guess. Yes. That's right. Meow, it's uncomfortable. Be good, it'll be fine soon, Wen Youning said. Gently place your fingertip on its lower eyelid and pull it down a bit. The boy's thumb was placed on top. Is this okay? Wen Youning nodded. Yes, the big wind blinked. Without Wen Youning saying anything, The British short-hair blue cat felt uncomfortable with its eyes being pried open and blinked instinctively, squeezing out a drop of water from its eye socket, which mingled with its fur. The cat's paw pressed against the boy's hand. "All right, let go now." Wen Youning looked at the little cat inside. "Does it still hurt like this?" "Meow." "Ouch. There's something else poking me, meow." The boy asked Teacher Wen, "Is something falling into the eye?" Wen Youning basically confirmed, "No, I can't see clearly on the screen, but it should be entropion." The boy looked confused. "Entropion? Isn't that something people have?" "Animals can also have it. The 2 hospitals you went to," Wen Youning pressed her lips together and first explained, "entropion refers to the abnormal condition where eyelashes grow inward, causing them to touch the eyeball. Anyone with eyelashes can potentially develop entropion. The strong wind should be caused by inverted eyelashes on the upper eyelid. The feeling of foreign objects and tears is caused by friction on the eyeball when blinking." Speaking of this, Wen Youning paused for a moment. "This shouldn't be the first time this situation has occurred, right? Previously?" The boy interjected, "There have been instances before, but they would resolve themselves after a while, and then I wouldn't know when they would relapse. When I first took it for an examination, I suspected it was a seasonal illness." Wen Youning, that makes sense. If the long inverted eyelashes fall out, then there's no problem, but if they grow back, the previous process will repeat. Boys have only a vague understanding of people's inverted eyelashes. Now that the cat has the same condition, he is somewhat at a loss. So how do we treat this illness? It seems that humans cannot completely cure inverted eyelashes. Regarding the treatment plan, Wen Youning pondered and said, "For inverted eyelashes on the upper eyelid, find an animal hospital and ask the doctor if they can do double eyelid surgery." The boy, "Just do a double eyelid surgery. Adjust the angle so that the inverted eyelashes don't poke the eyeball, and it won't happen as often. It cannot be completely cured, but there are ways to improve it. You need to find a doctor who is willing and capable to perform double eyelid surgery." The guy was completely stunned. "It's not Teacher Wen, I came to see a doctor. Why did you suddenly switch to cosmetic surgery with one sentence? If you don't want to get double eyelid surgery and want to prevent it from tearing up all the time, you can flip the upper eyelid open and pluck out the eyelashes that grow inward with tweezers. But this method is relatively difficult to perform, and the cat may not cooperate. Frequent plucking may lead to folliculitis and inflammation. Otherwise, you can only wait for the eyelashes to fall out by themselves." Wen Youning said everything she could think of. "You can decide for yourself." PFFD, hahaha, sorry, even though the kitten is very pitiful, but is this right? Is this illness being treated properly? Then I still suggest giving the cat double eyelids, haha. If I can't see clearly during the live broadcast for the ingrown eyelashes, can't I just feel the cat's eyelids in person and figure it out? What if the doctor is nearsighted? Wen Youning curled the white lion's tail with her fingertips, saying, "Neither of your 2 hospitals is very good. Locals should remember the logos." The boy held a stack of paper. "Could I be that unlucky? I ran to 2 hospitals. Wait, the doctor at the second hospital who told me it wasn't conjunctivitis. If he had other intentions, he wouldn't have actively told me that the previous hospital misdiagnosed me." As the boy was speaking, he suddenly remembered something. "He told me to get some eye drops and use them first, and to check again next week, but I was a bit disdainful that he couldn't see the problem, so I didn't go for the follow-up. Could it be that when I go for a checkup he'll tell me it's entropion?" Eye drops. Wen Youning recalled that there didn't seem to be any on the list. Has this cat's eyes used eye drops now? "Yeah, that's right. I gave it a little drop earlier, just this." The boy took out a small box, inside which each was individually sealed. "This box cost me over 300. They say it's an imported medication, a result of some lab's research abroad, and it even won some biology award." The specific name the boy couldn't remember clearly, but there was a long string of titles in front, which sounded very impressive. It seems worth the money. Moreover, there are more than 30 sticks in a box, and even if each stick only has 2 or 3 drops, it looks like quite a lot. When calculated, it actually doesn't cost much. Wen Youning said, "I've never heard of this brand." Boy. The end. I was fooled. Does reporting help? I told you not to use the ointment, just to sell you the eye drops, ha ha ha. If the eye drops are from a legitimate source, reporting won't help. Stepping into 2 pits in a row, bro, you are really something, thumbs up. By the way, would an ordinary person really go look for a 3rd hospital in such a situation? The guy was so speechless that he didn't know what to do. I thought those 2 places were just downstairs. I figured it would be close to home, so I could just go back after the visit. After all, it's just tears. That person would still cry in the wind. It's not a serious illness, just like going to a clinic for a cough or sneeze, getting a prescription and it's done. Who would have thought there are so many intricacies involved? The boy suddenly realized, so are a lot of these tests I did unnecessary too? These papers piled up are almost as thick as half of the Xinhua dictionary. Wen Youning looked at the increasingly grim face of the other person and hesitated, saying, "Well, you can consider this a routine check." Male student. The words were rather tactful. "I'm going to him to fight for my rights." The boy clenched the paper tightly in his hand. "This money can't be wasted. When I get there, I'll throw the clips of Teacher Wen's live stream at his face. But speaking of which, the main priority is to solve the cat's entropion first." The boy wasn't brave enough to look for one himself. "Does Teacher Wen have any recommended pet hospitals?" "No. If you're in City A, you can go to the hospital at our zoo. Actually, entropion surgery is a relatively simple minor surgery." Wen Youning had never been to any other animal hospitals and wasn't sure if the animal hospitals in other regions would be open to the public. She felt uncertain and unfamiliar, so she definitely couldn't suggest anything. Looking at it now, it has also ruled out 2 wrong answers. The boy nodded seriously. "Okay, I understand." The temptation for pet owners living in City A has increased again. The hardest to find is still a reliable doctor. Even if the place looks shabby, having a reliable doctor means it is a good hospital. The value of joining Teacher Wen's live stream before animal surgery is still on the rise. Wen Youning stretched and said, "When pets have problems, it's better to ask a few more reliable places. If you encounter a cooperation line, such as the partnership between the medical service station at the community entrance and a hospital with low patient traffic, it can be quite difficult to handle. It's about time. Let me show you the vast grassland at night." When Youning patted her clothes, "Don't study or imitate, I have bodyguards with me." The white lion resting on her shoulder raised its head as she stood up, its gaze upward, looking a bit bewildered. The fierce lion had a momentary expression that seemed to have a strong sense of contrast. Wen Youning smiled and rubbed, "So cute." "Roar!" The white lion shook its head to avoid her hand and walked to the side to shake its fur. In the backpack there were only clothes, food, and water. Wen Youning had already taken out her coat in advance. The current temperature didn't require wearing it, so she simply wrapped the sleeves around her waist and tied them in front. She could wear it anytime when it got cold. The meat and water are left for the lioness and the cubs, who chew on a few bites when they wake up hungry at night. In the harsh savanna, the fluffy one has finally achieved a life free from worries about food and drink. The little warthog noticed that Wen Youning was leaving and cautiously moved away, trying to run first when the white lion wasn't watching him. As soon as he made a move, the mother lion, who had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. The little warty pig quietly shrank back. "If you don't want to leave, then don't." "Why are you staring at the pig, you broken lion?" It really makes the pig speechless. The grassland at night is very dangerous. Animals that are active during the day and hide at night come out to forage at this time. Wen Yuning's flashlight is always pointing at the ground. She turned the flashlight around and aimed it from her chin up to her face. This flashlight is pretty bright. It's just a bit heavy. If the weight could be slightly reduced, this flashlight consumes little energy, has a long-lasting duration, and high brightness. It's simply essential for outdoor adventures. The groundhog in the field thought it was dawn when this flashlight shone on it. I want to buy the same one and place an order passionately, but I don't know where to use it. I don't know why, but it feels like I haven't seen any animals, yet it seems like everywhere has animals. What should I do if I encounter a wild beast at night? White lion, how fierce is it? Talk specifically. Wen Youning is still in the territory of the white lion and can't wander off to other places. It would be troublesome if the white lion gets into a fight with the dominant lion. Moreover, the white lion's territory is large enough that she couldn't explore it all in one night, so there's no need to go to other places. Although the lighting at night is not good, isn't it more atmospheric than during the day? It's mainly because it's too hot during the day. She doesn't really want to move around a lot, especially not with the heavy mane of the white lion. Oh no! Wen Youning twisted her ankle, instinctively reaching out and leaning on the back of the white lion. A barely noticeable hole collapsed. Wen Youning stood to the side and stomped her foot. It must be a prairie dog hole. Prairie dogs are also known as ground squirrels. The term ground squirrel is a general term that can refer to the marmot of the genus Marmota, as well as the prairie dogs of the genus Siamese. Some merchants sell prairie dogs as groundhogs, all called marmots, and selling them this way is not considered fraud. Squeak, a prairie dog, poked its head out from the damaged hole, pointing at Wen Youning with its short little paws. Prairie dogs have yellow bodies with darker ears. They are not very clear at night, but the white tip of their tails is still quite noticeable. Wen Youning, sorry, I didn't see. What? The prairie dog sleepily pokes its head out. What happened? The earthquake. The little guy is not very big, standing in front of its collapsed hole, slowly turning its head in confusion. It cautiously looked back, its white lion's mane obscuring it, and for a moment couldn't see the full view of the huge creature before it. Leeka. Well. Scarier than an earthquake. The prairie dog's expression changed rapidly, and before Wen Youning could say anything, it had already hid back. You're done for, aren't you running away? The lion has set its sights on you. The mouse has had a bad few days, getting its home stolen by a stinky pig, and its new home collapsed again. But it doesn't matter, you're even more unlucky. The heart's whisper of the prairie dog went unanswered by Wen Youning. Wild ground squirrels carry germs, so it's best not to come into contact. Wen Youning squatted down, put on gloves, and tidied up the collapsed burrow, placing some grass around it. All right, it should be fine inside. The entrance is slightly recessed, but the deeper areas inside are unaffected. Squeak. It's nothing yet, the lion is going to eat you. This is a foolish person. Wen Youning grabbed a handful of grass and rubbed off the dirt from her gloves, then rolled up the gloves and wrapped them together with the mask. The backpack was empty, but just in case, she stuffed the bundle into the side pocket of the backpack. Let's go, Lancelot. Stop staring at it. Is a person talking to a lion. The white lion's paw reached halfway. Woo. After noticing the person outside leave, the prairie dog first poked open the hole cover with its nose, then its head followed out. Jai. A lion doesn't eat people. While that's strange, the mouse wants to tell Sanju. Wen Youning turned around, and the prairie dog ran out without looking back. She curled her lips. Such a small thing is still quite gossiping. There are quite a few tourist cars over here. Wen Youning looked at the distant cluster of headlights, clearly all coming to see the white lion, and she shrugged her shoulders. Look, these are all your fans. The white lion bit her wrist. Woo. The day after tomorrow, the main force will see my appearance. White lion baby, you are a popular handsome lion. Is it my illusion, or does it feel like the white lion is much gentler towards teacher Wen now? It's been a long time, hasn't it? I still remember when the first day of Bai she was ruined. It was so funny, haha. I'll report, teacher Wen didn't come because he went to see the South China tiger. Wen Youning said with a smile, reporting won't help, it can't see the bullet screen. Damn it. Why is it surrounded in front? Is this the end of the protected area? It shouldn't be. Wen Youning walked to the opened net, which reached her chin and was quite high. There shouldn't be any encirclement at the edge of the protected area. The end of the protected area connects with the local pastoral area. It is said that the owner of the protected area tried to have it separated, but the approval was not granted. The white lion seems to encounter this for the first time, walking around the edge of the net. Wen Youning said, "Be careful, don't get your claws caught." The white lion whispered, "No, I won't." The net looks like it is rising up from the ground, but it doesn't seem very stable. Wen Youning was somewhat skeptical. Can this net really defend against a beast's sudden attack? It felt like the white lion pounced forward, and the entire net was completely ruined. Seeing the white lion get farther and farther away, Wen Youning was just about to follow. Woof! In the space surrounded by the net, the golden retriever passed by with a toy ball in its mouth and glanced at Wen Youning. Bad guy. No, what smell do bad people have? The golden retriever suddenly hit the brakes, startled and shrank back from the unfamiliar smell on Wen Youning. Last time they met, Wen Youning had just taken a shower, so this was the first time the golden retriever encountered the scent of the white lion. This is a form of level suppression. Jing Sci-fi, Wen Youning realized, this should be the area surrounded by the program team, used for filming variety show scenes. Also, the territory of the white lion is closest to the entrance, and they can't take the animals too deep. Find an area at the edge of the white lion's territory that they don't often approach, surround it, film, and then we can leave. Moreover, it seems that this isn't the time for the white lions to patrol their territory, or rather, the last patrol just finished. Jing Sci-fi now looks at Wen Youning as if looking at a formidable beast. To it, a lion is itself a fierce beast. Anyone who carries the scent of a lion is too. Don't run around, just finish recording the show and you can go off work. Wen Youning waved her hand, be careful. Woof. What do you mean? Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and leaned closer. The oppressive sense of the lion's aura was overwhelming. Jing Sci-fi's tail started to wag, woof, woof. What do you mean, what do you mean? Of course, use what you said. Haha, I'm not joking with you anymore, go back. Wen Youning followed to find the white lion. This will only exist for a few days. They are not invading your territory. They'll just leave after a few days. Woo! The white lion left its scent online, scratching the ground with its hind paw to emphasize its presence, equivalent to reinforcing the edges of the territory. This net looks very weak. Can it really protect people? I feel like I could take it apart with my bare hands. This is not an ordinary net, it's an electric net. It's just not powered on. Wen Youning didn't know whether it was intentionally unpowered or forgotten, but to be safe, she still took a picture and sent it to the group. After she signed the contract, she was added to the variety show guest group. This includes the director and all the staff. If there are any questions, you can contact us directly. After the message was sent, seeing a staff member reply, received, Wen Youning planned to put away the phone, while the emergency video call application flashed on the screen. I couldn't see the ID clearly yet. With a swipe of my hand, the screen displayed that the connection was successful. The girl's voice was urgent but couldn't hide her smile. Teacher Wen, something happened, a big thing happened. Don't worry too much first. Wen Youning raised the volume of her headphones. Is it an emergency? Take your time, don't laugh, just briefly explain what the problem is. The girl's voice, struggling to hold back her laughter, sounded, "My cat was bitten by a fish. It's bleeding. They all say fish carry some kind of vibrio. Which hospital should I take it to for treatment?" Wen Youning nodded. "If the cat was bitten by a fish, then you..." She was taken aback. The cat was bitten by a fish. Wait a minute. The speaking speed was so fast that I didn't realize what I heard until I was nodding along. What kind of fish is this? Incredible. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen that expression on Teacher Wen's face. It really made me laugh to death. After quickly organizing her thoughts, Wen Youning asked, "Is it that kind of large tropical ferocious fish from the Amazon, like arapaima or piranhas?" There are also people who love ferocious fish and keep arapaima at home. When they get close to the water surface, arapaima can leap out and attack, easily stunning an adult with a single strike. If a cat was bitten by this type of fish, then... Not ha 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 ha. After seeing Wen Youning's expression, the girl who had been suppressing her laughter completely couldn't hold it in anymore. It's just reservoir carp that cost less than 7 yuan per pound at the vegetable market. I bought live fish to prepare for cooking. The girl said, "I haven't even cut into it yet and this big fool went to bite it. As a result, it slipped and didn't bite, but instead its mouth sucked my paw in, ha ha ha." Meow, knowing that the owner was mocking her. The orange-yellow fur between the brows of the flame-colored ragdoll cat was standing up like it was on fire. Haha, why am I so happy? I can't even kill a fish. What use do you have, meow? The flame-colored ragdoll cat looks puffy, and long-haired cats are already fluffy. With this expression, it feels like their fur has become even fluffier, turning round and chubby. Wen Youning nodded. "Did you only hurt your paw?" The carp doesn't have teeth, but it has well-developed pharyngeal teeth that can cut or crush food. It's also possible to get bitten if a cat sticks its paw in. The girl thought for a moment and tried hard to describe the scene at that time. To be exact, after the paw got bitten, I panicked and meowed, and by the way, I got slapped by the carp's tail twice, and I fell into the nearby sink with my eyes closed. Meow, meow. The flame-colored ragdoll cat felt embarrassed and wished it could swat her with its paw. "You can close your mouth now, meow." A person doesn't necessarily need to have a mouth, meow. Understand? The girl was already on guard, laughing and tilting her head. Then it couldn't beat the fish and came over to hit me out of anger. It's really unreasonable for a little cat. Not recommended. Meow. The cat is going to fight with you. The girl in the hand still clutched a fiery color plush toy with bleeding claws. "So, Teacher Wen, can cats get infected with Vibrio vulnificus?" Wen Youning nodded. Vibrio vulnificus, also called marine vibrio. As the name suggests, it is a type of bacteria that lives in the ocean, mostly floating in seawater. They are also attached to marine organisms such as sea fish, sea shrimp, oysters, and crabs. The living environment of Vibrio vulnificus has temperature requirements, and its main habitat is in tropical or subtropical seawater, especially near estuaries. Wounds on the body that come into contact with seawater containing Vibrio vulnificus, or more commonly, being pricked by contaminated seafood while cleaning it, can easily lead to infection. If you can confirm it's a carp raised in a reservoir, the chances of getting this disease are very low. Moreover, not everyone will be infected by Vibrio vulnificus. A small amount of this bacteria does not pose a threat to individuals with strong immunity. However, those with weak immunity, liver diseases, chronic illnesses, or those who take immunosuppressive medications, well, cats are prone to infection. Considering everything, the probability of a flame-colored ragdoll cat being infected by Vibrio is nearly zero. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "My suggestion is to rinse the wound with saline and let it heal naturally. If you're really worried, you can go to a top-tier veterinary hospital, register, and get a blood test. Check the white blood cells, platelets, and other indicators to look for any abnormalities. In summary, there are no issues. If you want to be reassured, you can check again. Hahaha, I took a screenshot. The cat bitten by the fish is worth recording. If I were you, I would immediately develop a minor illness worth several thousand that isn't fatal after being bitten by a fish and then laughed at by my owner. If my paw hurts, you will feel it in your wallet soon. And laughing. Hahaha, I got it, thank you, Teacher Wen. The girl laughed until her eyes teared up. It's the first time I've encountered something like this. I asked 2 veterinarians online in a chat box and they were confused, haha. Whoever it is, they're confused. I thought it was the cat biting the fish, and I wondered if that was worth connecting online for. Overreacting, really. It wasn't until later that I realized something was off. After hanging up the call, Wen Youning realized he was touching nothing and then reacted, "Hey, where's Lancelot?" In the time it took to connect online, where did the white lion run off to? Wen Youning held the flashlight in her hand. A car light shone from a distance and she thought it was blocking the road, instinctively stepping aside. On second thought, this is not the city center, and there are no clearly marked tourist routes, so she could go anywhere. Wen Youning walked behind the white lion and said, "That car seems different from the tour bus." Woo! There is a lion. Is there a lion? Are they chasing the lion? The visibility at night is limited, and Wen Youning tilted her head behind the tree, but she still couldn't see anything. Chasing a lion while driving. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows, feeling that something was off, and took a picture of Bai Minghui. Bai Minghui, that's a local's car, Teacher Wen, stay away from them. I'll notify the people in the reserve to go over. Wen Youning, the white lion said they are chasing the lion. It's hard to explain through typing, so Bai Minghui called directly. Wen Youning only has one local SIM card, which can't handle both data and calls. As soon as the call connects, the data disconnects, and the live stream abruptly goes dark. Hello. Bai Minghui drove with one hand. Hey, Teacher Wen, keep the location sharing on, don't turn it off. I'm about to call someone over. Those damn people trying to sneakily hunt lions again. For safety reasons, Wen Youning kept the location sharing on before getting out of the car. After all, the grassland is so vast. If something really happens, you need to know where the person is. Just at the spot from earlier, there's no internet now. I will have a signal only after the call ends. Wen Youning frowned and looked up at the shadow, faintly hearing the lion's low roar, hunting lions in the conservation area. That is clearly a violation. Bai Minghui said, they will first drive behind to chase the lion out of the conservation area. To distinguish between locals and tourist vehicles, the conservation area specifically upgraded all vehicles within the range. You can see that vehicle is obviously local. Saying this, Bai Minghui let out a "sh," his emotions clearly fluctuating. A tribe that survives on livestock farming is not properly raising livestock, but instead engages in those shady practices. They often drive their cows into the protected area for no reason. Wen Youning pursed her thin lips, watching as the car over there was about to leave her sight. She patted the white lion and followed. Are they grazing cattle in the protected area? Bai Minghui let out a cold laugh. It's completely forbidden to enter here. It's just because the protected area is adjacent to their territory. We have applied several times for a terrain division on the protected area side, and they are even preparing to build a wall, but the application hasn't been approved. They have been penalized several times for overgrazing but have not changed their ways, and the lions have hunted their cattle, holding grudges and retaliating against the lions. Bai Minghui clearly harbored grudges against these people for a long time. The locals, relying on having their own people in management, are excessively overgrazing and encroaching on the lion's territorial resources. Wen Youning glanced sideways at the white lion, seeming to sense the worry in her eyes. The white lion leaned closer, resting her chin on her shoulder and nuzzling her. She wrapped her arm around the lion's head and patted it, saying, "That lion can't even tell a wild buffalo from a domesticated one." By Minghui, you could say that. Moreover, when the cattle are eaten, the local authorities, tourists who like lions, and local animal protection organizations all get compensation. They take the money and still engage in disgusting acts secretly. Last time, a male lion from the Mona lion group went missing, and I suspect it was them, but there is no evidence. Bai Minghui suspects that they might be deliberately driving the cattle to the mouths of the lions, then taking money from 3 sources. Isn't that much faster than raising livestock for money? Male lions do not patrol under the cameras 24 hours a day. In some places, tourists do not dare to enter. The information we can know is limited. It is impossible for the staff in the reserve to provide close protection, not to mention whether the lions are willing to. The safety of the staff cannot be guaranteed. Bai Minghui said angrily, "Teacher Wen, just wait, I must catch them in the act this time." Wen Youning, they seem to be almost out of the reserve's area. You need to hurry. Teacher Wen, you just stay where you are. Teacher Wen, Teacher Wen. The phone emitted a beep-beep sound by Minghui. Is the live broadcast still not fixed? How long are we going to see a black screen? Teacher Wen, please come back. Is the network this bad? I'm going to file a complaint. The barrage was flying by quickly. After the initial black screen appeared with a large amount of, everyone gradually reacted and started a heated discussion. After an unknown amount of time, the black screen disappeared and the interface directly popped up. The host is not in the live room. Please refresh later. There was also a short message following it, similar to a leave request. Something came up. A confused fan. It seems like this is the first time Wen Youning left without saying a word, as she hurriedly ended the live broadcast. There are limited places to hide on the grassland. There is a long distance between Wen Youning and the locals, but fortunately, they are not driving fast. To ensure that the driven-off lions move in the direction they expect, they occasionally stick something out of the window to create noise. Although the live streaming equipment is not broadcasting live, it has been recording audio and video throughout, ensuring that the entire scene can be captured completely. The white lion followed Wen Youning closely the entire time. The unfamiliar yellow lion being chased is large and is a prime-aged lion king. From the recorded footage, it can be clearly seen that it first stopped by the river to drink water, cautiously and somewhat anxiously looking around, obviously having noticed something. But wild lions may not understand why human vehicles follow them. Where there is water, the trees nearby appear to be more robust and lush than those in the white lion's territory. Wen Youning patted the white lion and pointed to the left. The white lion understood, shook its fur, and agilely slipped inside. Wen Youning held the live streaming equipment, with the camera pointing towards that car. Until that car stopped. It seemed they had reached a spot they deemed appropriate, and 3 people got out of the car. The driver raised a camera in the car, seemingly wanting to record this moment. Wen Youning got the live broadcast equipment stuck in the tree and is slowly approaching. Bai Minghui, Teacher Wen, why is your position still moving? We have 5 minutes left, don't go by yourself. They have weapons. Even if guns are banned, if they're bold enough to go in so directly, they must have homemade guns and spears with poison on them. Wen Youning is hiding in the grass and typing. Understood. Bai Minghui. What do you understand? Roar, the yellow lion was surrounded, with people holding spears approaching from the left, right, and in front. The yellow lion was on high alert, not attacking recklessly. Wen Youning treated the live broadcast equipment like a magnifying glass, zooming in to see the weapons they were carrying clearly. The only gun is on the person driving. When the locals come of age, they will hunt a lion king with a spear as their coming-of-age gift. Even though it has been banned, some things still happen in unseen places. Wen Youning glanced at the location on her phone and estimated that she might not make it in time. I don't know what poison is on the spear. If it wounds the yellow lion, even if Bai Minghui comes, he can only arrest the person, and it may not be possible to save them. Wen Youning patted the white lion. Good boy, let's coordinate. The white lion stood up. The locals speak with a heavy accent, and I can't understand the foreign language learned from proper textbooks. I have no idea what Jiliguala means. Russell. The driver, holding up his phone to record, paused for a moment, glanced back, chewed on what was in his mouth, and bored turned his head back to continue filming. In the next moment, one hand reached across from behind, firmly holding his mouth, while a precise and fierce chop struck the driver's nape. The driver trembled all over in pain as a needle was inserted into the acupoint. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, then closed them again, becoming completely still, with only slight rises and falls in his chest. Roar! Don't come over! Roar! The yellow lion roared, baring its teeth, trying to pounce on a nearby person. Compared to the lion's tension, the people surrounding it appeared at ease, perhaps because they had guns aimed at it, which made them not flinch. Instead, they seemed to be teasing it noticeably. Hee. The man laughed as he jumped forward but quickly retreated. Seeing the lion roar at him, the man's laughter grew louder, and he even began to twirl his spear. Wen Youning watched the jabbering person who seemed to be performing some ritual. She dragged the person out of the car and threw them on the grass along with the homemade gun, which she disassembled into parts and threw away. The movement in the car went entirely unnoticed, as they were immersed in the joy of hunting the lion. The vehicle's headlights illuminated them. In this position, Wen Youning could see their every move with the naked eye. She is constantly monitoring the phone's location. She watched as the three people gradually closed in the encirclement. There is no time. Wen Youning simply got in the car and hit the gas towards the two people. The direction of the car's headlights changed, and at that moment the man who was absorbed in the game came back to his senses. The reflection of the car lights made it impossible for them to see the person in the driver's seat before being struck and thrown away by a tremendous force. Three people, three positions, when Youning could only choose to hit two. Maximizing profit. The car pushed the person all the way to the rock when Youning pulled open the car door, and the last person not affected by the car was in front of him. Without saying a word, that person picked up a spear and stabbed. Wen Youning braced with the front of her backpack, and before the spear could pierce through it, she kicked the man in the chest. As he winced in pain and loosened his grip, she simultaneously kicked the backpack aside. The man pressed his hand against his chest, raising his hand to point at Wen Youning, whose mouth was opening and closing, a string of words like characters spilling out from his mouth. Shut your mouth. With that, Wen Youning quickly rushed forward and swept her leg, causing the man to instinctively raise his arm to block it, his arm colliding hard with his own cheek. The man was dazed from the kick, and from the shadows the white lion pounced, directly pinning him down. The immense pressure made it feel as if the man, who had yet to recover, was on the verge of suffocation. The vehicle was not far away, and even with the accelerator pressed all the way down, the acceleration was limited, plus there were stones ahead, so the impact was not significant. Can only temporarily incapacitate them. After dealing with one, Wen Youning charged towards the other two without a word, stepping on the spare tire to leap onto the car roof, and first kicked the poisoned spear aside. The yellow lion was about to run as soon as Wen Youning drove out, but froze in place for a moment when it saw the white lion, standing there dazed, unsure of what to think. But in the next moment it turned around without hesitation, roaring, roar, and joined the battle. The driver is driving. Bai Minghui was shouting and directing from behind, and didn't reply to any of the messages sent to Wen Youning. If it weren't for the fact that he could definitely run faster than driving, he would have sprinted 100 meters himself. When he saw Wen Youning standing by the car, unharmed from a distance, Bai Minghui let out a heavy sigh of relief. That's good. Wait a minute. Bai Minghui abruptly widened his eyes. Which car is she standing by? Where did Teacher Wen get a car? The staff and the medical personnel from the reserve drove behind. A string of car lights came over. Wen Youning leisurely leaned against the car, arms crossed, talking to the yellow lion in front of him, and waved his hand from time to time. Are you here? Bai Minghui looked at the 4 people tied up on the ground like Zhangzi. His legs went weak and he nearly knelt down. Teacher Wen and the others. Wen Youning ran her fingers over her chin and said, "What if I say it was done by a lion?" Bai Minghui. It's still a lion that knows how to tie a bow. Not bad, really not bad. They were the ones who violated the rules first. Wen Youning is now a nominal staff member of the reserve. Even if it's just a title, it is her responsibility to take action regarding the lions in the reserve. There's nothing wrong with taking action, both morally and reasonably. Wen Youning waved her hand and simply said, "I've compiled the video of them chasing the lions out of the reserve and surrounding them with a spear. Hello, I am the person in charge on duty at our reserve today. Just give it to me." A woman in professional attire stepped forward, speaking fluent Chinese. She stopped a distance away from Wen Youning, taking into account the wild lions, and chatted right there. "Okay," Wen Youning turned her phone in her hand. "I'll transfer it to you. I still need my phone." The woman smiled and nodded sure. When adding friends, she looked at Wen Youning, her eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. Wen Youning was taken aback. "I'm sorry," the woman said apologetically. "I got a bit too emotional. You have no idea." She glanced at the few people and lowered her voice, saying, "Last month our reserve lost 2 lions. We can say we've been suffering for a long time, but unfortunately we lack evidence. They are too covert in what they do, and with someone in a higher position backing them, we've suffered greatly because of them. Last time a staff member had a conflict while patrolling and got stabbed. After receiving compensation, he was targeted by the locals and didn't dare to come back. Today, being caught and beaten like this is just a calamity written in your fate." If it weren't for the situation, the woman would have laughed out loud. Serves you right. After watching the video, Bai Minghui stood next to the woman and said, "Teacher Wen, why is it only you standing behind the car in the footage? The rest is all black screen." Wen Youning nodded. "Maybe it ran out of battery. Anyway, the footage of them hunting the male lion is captured clearly and completely." Bai Minghui. "Look at those on the ground, and then at the coincidentally powerless time. Anyway, there's no surveillance here, and those clearly fell off the car and hit the rocks. I'll leave this to you." Wen Youning picked up her tattered backpack and placed her hand on Huang Shidu's head. "I'll take it back to its territory." Roar! The white lion suddenly let out a low growl. Hand! Wen Youking's hand instantly bounced off the yellow lion, turning and landing on the white lion's head. All right, I won't touch you." Woo! The white lion rubbed against her palm with force, trying to cover up the smell of the yellow lion. Just as she was about to leave, Wen Youking suddenly stopped again. "By the way, with something like this happening, what about the environmental protection zone barriers?" The woman guessed what Wen Youning wanted to say and smiled, nodding. "Don't worry, with the complete video in hand, they won't have the face to deny our plan. We'll just build the wall then. Surround the entire protected area and set up security booths outside the wall, which can ensure the safety of the staff and prevent anyone from damaging the wall, although it may affect the viewing experience. However, compared to losing a few adult male lions each year, the minor impact on viewing experience is not significant. Staying away from the edge won't affect anything." Wen Youning nodded. "There's also the medical expenses. The woman made a gesture. Don't worry, I will definitely fight for the highest medical expenses for you. Wen Youning was taken aback. The woman raised her eyebrow. Our staff saw someone maliciously driving away the lions in the protected area. Despite repeated warnings, they had no choice but to intervene and were seriously injured. Oh, and that backpack, which was damaged during work hours, can also be reimbursed. She curled her lips. Choose an expensive one, the most expensive in the world. The more expensive, the better. Let them lose money. They have suffered so much from lions in the reserve for so many years. It's time for those people to pay. After feeling so frustrated for so long, I finally got to vent my anger. Seeing those people get beaten like that, I feel relieved. Just thinking about the expressions on those people's faces as they suffered makes the corners of her mouth rise uncontrollably. Okay, Wen Youning smiled and waved her hand. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I'm leaving now. As she spoke, she turned around and left with 2 lions, leaving the aftermath of the battlefield to the staff to handle. Bai Minghui also stayed behind to finish the work, observing the injuries of those people and pondering what exactly he had been worried about on the way here. Are you worried that Teacher Wen might be too heavy-handed and end up killing these few? Huang Shi is quietly and honestly following Wen Youning, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, feeling even more silent than Bai Shi. However, having just gone through such an event, even a lion would feel fear. Patrol your territory well. Suddenly being chased by humans in a car, each of them looking fierce and aggressive, wanting to attack it. The lion is also at a loss. Wen Youning comforted the yellow lion by stroking its fur. Although she had the assurance of the reserve manager, just to be safe, she still advised, next time you encounter such a situation, run to where there are more people. The kind of tourist vehicles you usually see won't dare to attack in crowded places. Wen Youning said, you know the tourist vehicles, right? There's a big difference between those and the one this time. Ouch! Huang Shi made a low sound. Recognize. Wen Youning gently patted it and said, I'll spread this word around, and once the walls are built, it'll be good. Until then, everyone be a little more careful. Other work is hard to say, but for building walls, work efficiency is proportional to wages. If you can afford to spend, hire more people, and the building will be faster. I hope the approval can lead to immediate construction. Lions are also assets of the reserve. A star lion can drive the entire tourism industry. Wen Youning didn't know where the yellow lion's territory was. Following the path to the place where she first saw the yellow lion, she said, let's go back to the center of the territory and stay with your brothers. Roar! The yellow lion lifted its head, seemingly wanting to nuzzle Wen Youning, but considering the white lion nearby, it quickly nuzzled and turned to run away. Roar! The white lion had already stretched its claws when it saw it rubbing against it. But the yellow lion was still faster, running away without looking back. Roar! Lancelot angrily shouted at Wen Youning. It rubbed against her forcefully. No scent left. Wen Youning squatted down, comforting the big white lion. It's not scared, I'm just comforting it. We are very generous lions. Woo-woo. No. Not generous. Not allowed to touch. Wen Youning chuckled. Okay, not giving it to you. Do you remember what I just said? You have to pay attention to safety, you know. The territory of the white lion is located in the center of the protected area, making it difficult for those people to reach. But it doesn't hurt to be a little cautious. Why aren't you talking? Are you ignoring me? Wen Youning tilted her head, chasing after the white lion as it turned away, poking its head with her fingertip. Do you understand? Oh, I don't know. I know. Talkative. The white lion took a few steps and ran ahead, flicking its tail. Wen Youning fiddled with the live streaming equipment, worried that being offline for too long might cause problems. I'm back. I don't really like watching your live streams at all, whether you care or not. I don't like it, but I'm the first to send a bullet comment. Your dislike is so flexible. Huh, did your backpack get blown up by firecrackers? Come on, where did you go to blow up the fortifications? I've been busy with some serious matters, Wen Youning said with a smile, summarizing simply. I promised to take everyone to see the stars, but... She raised the camera. The weather isn't cooperating, it's a bit overcast tonight. The stars haven't come out. Seeing stars is a matter of fate, but on the vast grassland, the probability of seeing stars is still relatively high. I'm too tired today, let's take Lancelot back to the territory to rest for a bit. Wen Youning stretched lazily. Her clothes were a bit torn, not from fighting but purely from getting caught up in a scuffle, and she couldn't care less about taking them off, just yanked them. It's quite normal to have some damage. Wen Youning took a deep breath and said, I think I smell barbecue. She pressed her lips together and said, I'm so tired that I'm starting to hallucinate. Huh. Is someone having a barbecue on the grassland? The clarity of the roasted cumin and chili fragrance doesn't seem like an illusion. Teacher Wen, is that you, Teacher Wen? In the large net that fell to the ground, the director held up the skewers in his hand. Haven't you gone back to rest yet tonight? Let's shoot the territory of the white lion. Wen Youning walked over, and the white lion, who had been walking ahead, returned cautiously and pressed against her side. The director looked across the electric fence and felt his heart skip a beat upon meeting the lion's gaze. Wow, this big white lion is really handsome. Any video or photo can hardly capture the lion's majesty completely. The feeling of seeing it in person is very different. The director is itching to shoot, and if possible, he would like to insert a segment showing the white lion's territory into the variety show. But it obviously won't work. Unless later we buy the copyright for the live stream recording from Wen Youning. Jing Yizhu called out while holding a skewer of raw meat, Teacher Wen, come in and have some barbecue. It's all homemade skewers, super fresh. Shi Ziming also walked over. Yes, there's seafood as well, come in and eat with us, we've prepared a lot. Wen Youning glanced around the group. Has Fu Wenjie not come? Yan Yushin said, she was afraid that she couldn't keep an eye on the kitten while filming, so she didn't come. She's keeping an eye on it at the hotel. He pointed to the left and said, this is the door. We can chat while eating inside, and the skewers are freshly made. I'm not going in. Wen Youning curled her arm over the white lion's head, afraid the white lion would scare them. Don't. The director's eyes were almost glued to the white lion. You're also part of our variety show. Let me shoot a few shots of the white lion, okay? Not taking pictures. The white lion lazily ignored it, looking around bored and attracted by the antelope herd in the distance. The director continued, guests are bringing their partners and you brought the white lion, how nice. Wen Youning still refused, saying, it doesn't like it. Noticing the white lion's indifference, she prepared to follow. You all be busy, I'll go ahead. The white lion, which had originally taken a step forward, turned back again and sat in front of the charging dock, saying, come and take a picture. Wen Youning. She lowered her head and looked into the eyes of the white lion. Wasn't it just refused? Why suddenly want to take a picture again? White lion, woo. Clab. Partner. Lion. The white lion raised its jaw and said, owl. It's me. Is this a signal to take a picture? Not really. I felt like the white lion was about to leave just now. The white lion's expression is so cute. Boo-hoo, anti-kiss. A big lion this cute would be kissed bald. To be honest, I suggest that wild white lions should not spend too much time with humans. I don't know the specific drawbacks, but I know I can't interact with it like Teacher Wen does. I would break down. Shall we go out to take some photos? Wen Youning considered the staff inside and thought that taking a couple of pictures outside would be nice too. The director waved his hand, no. The high-end filming equipment is all inside. These things are hard to move. Some of the big ones are carried out by 2 or 3 people from the boxes, installed on site, and if you need to change position, you have to take them apart, put them back in the boxes, find a new spot and install them again. Just one machine is such a hassle. If there are more machines, it would take hours just to move them around. The effect shot by the machine is unsatisfactory, and it will be even more uncomfortable then. The director is going to great lengths for his variety show effect. Teacher Wen, please don't go, just wait a moment. As he spoke, he rushed inside anxiously, as if he was afraid that if he was a second slower, Wen Youning would leave with the white lion, or have a change of heart and refuse to shoot. Wen Youning was confused but saw the director going in and saying something to the staff, and some of the staff got onto the RV. Zai Ming bit into the meat skewer and said, "The director has asked those afraid of lions to get on the bus first." Among animals, the intimidating presence of the white lion can easily scare smaller animals, but since the filming has been completed, it's now time for a regular meal, and the smaller animals have all been called back to the RV. The 5 large RVs still felt spacious, even with the staff going inside. "That's enough, Teacher Wen." The director's face was flushed with excitement. "Come inside. Guests who are afraid can also return to the RV." "I believe in Teacher Wen." Shi Ziming also echoed with an "Can I take a few pictures with the white lion later?" Yan Yushin thought for a moment. "You should be able to take a photo from about 10 meters away. Being too close isn't really feasible. Director, be more subtle about your desire to interact with the white lion." It feels like the director is already mesmerized. Hahaha, who wouldn't be mesmerized by a white lion? I love it endlessly. Okay, the director arranged it well. You go ahead, let me be the director. Come on, Lancelot. When Youning opened the door, the network isn't powered on and the lights are all off. Going through the door simply does not damage this net. After all, it can be reused once taken down. The white lion walks in front. The director likes it, but without the intermediary layer, it's true that he doesn't dare to get close. He joked, "Lancelot can't just suddenly give me a bite." "It won't, but it will." Roar! Before finishing his words, the white lion suddenly attacked the director without warning. The director was so scared that he shivered, standing still with his legs frozen in place. Wen Youning raised her hand and pressed it on the white lion's head, her voice helplessly completing the second half of the sentence, "But it will deliberately scare people." When it was at the hospital before, the white lion was playing like this with its eyes covered in medicine. It was said that the white lion had listened, but being obedient and scaring people are 2 different things. It's completely about knowing, yet still making the same mistakes. Director. My old heart is pounding. Teacher Wen, please let the white lion sit for a moment. I will adjust the equipment. The director patted his chest, regained his composure and smiled. Eat well, drink well. Once we're full, we'll start working. Some staff are afraid to shoot, and with few people in the filming crew, the director has to take the lead. Jing Yizhu stood in front of the barbecue grill. Teacher Wen, please have a seat. I've already grilled your portion. Wen Youning squatted down and patted the white lion's head. You are not allowed to scare people anymore. Woo, the white lion squinted its eyes. Good. There was a round table set up inside. Looking at how everyone has placed their utensils, they are all next to each other. Wen Youning sat down at the empty seat directly opposite. Jing Yizhu turned the barbecue around and placed it on the table, saying, "Come on, Teacher Wen, try my cooking." Wen Youning, thank you. The table is filled with dishes. Clearly the barbecue has just started and dinner hasn't officially begun. Wen Youning didn't rush to use her chopsticks, but instead looked at the white lion beside her. Are you hungry? What? No. It tilted its head and rested its head on Wen Youning's leg. Chew, the pearl bird flapped its wings and landed on Wen Youning's shoulder, a tiny creature curiously observing the white lion. The pearl bird had never seen a white lion, but its imposing presence made it hesitant to approach, cautiously sniffing at Wen Youning, seemingly puzzled as to why the familiar human had suddenly become so terrifying after a short absence. How strange, how strange. Yan Yushin saw that Bai Zufei didn't stop by Wen Yuning's side. They were quite familiar with each other, and the chatty little bird loved to make friends. Come on, it's time to eat. Shi Ming brought over the last plate of barbecue. Everything is ready. Jing Ji, hurry up. Okay, Jing Yizhu said as he brought over the beer, chilled beer. Teacher Wen, would you like some? No thanks. Wen Youning didn't want to drink after feeling dizzy for a long time after having sparkling wine last time. Her head felt heavy as if she had a cold, so even though the beer was low in alcohol, she didn't want to drink it. When Zai Ming sat down, he saw Jing Yizhu bringing over the soup. Where did the soup come from? Jing Yizhu, there was a soft-shelled turtle in the ingredient package, so I stewed it. The ladle scooped out a whole soft-shelled turtle from the pot and placed it on a plate. A whole turtle is hard to divide, so let's start by drinking the soup. Yan Yushin took a group photo. Let's eat, let's eat. Zai Ming pointed at the turtle soup that had no appetite. Not during the variety show recording, and he didn't have to be cautious. He somewhat disdainfully said, so this turtle just watches us eat. Let's take it away. Hey, are you scolding again? How presumptuous. I just entered the live stream and got scolded before seeing anything. Wen Youning was sitting across from Shi Ming. When he looked up and met the camera, he suddenly remembered about the live broadcast and felt a moment of embarrassment. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention you guys. Fans of Teacher Wen, don't take it to heart. You can watch. Are there any substitutes for Diddy? I'll offer a gift worth 10,000 yuan. Thank you for letting us watch. Shi Ming quickly changed the subject, serving a bowl of soup to Wen Youning. Teacher Wen, try this soup. It has seafood, fish, shrimp, clams, and octopus tentacles. It resembles a pot of fresh seafood more than tortoise soup. Besides barbecued seafood, everything else was cooked into this pot of soup. Okay, Wen Youning took a sip of the soup and there were many ingredients, biting into the octopus tentacles. The white lion on her leg hadn't changed its posture since just now, maintaining a slight lift of its head, looking up, staring fixedly at the chirping pearl bird on her shoulder. After a while a voice resonated. A lion is fine too. Just as the voice fell, the white lion attempted to stand on Wen Youning's shoulder. Like the pearl bird. Wen Youning widened her eyes, biting off the octopus tentacle in her mouth. You can't do it. Roar. HMPH. The white lion, forbidden to go up, reached out its paw to pat the pearl bird. The lion cannot move. The bird cannot move either. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The pearl bird had already spread its wings when the white lion approached. Seeing this, it frantically flapped its wings, and the chubby little furball whoosh was suspended in the air. What happened? What happened? Does Lancelot want to eat the pearl bird? That little thing isn't even enough to get stuck in the teeth, right? What did Teacher Wen just say was not okay? Is it not okay to eat the little birds? Lancelot wants to stand on my shoulder. Wen Youning put down her chopsticks and hugged the white lion closer. You are as old as he is. If you come up, I would have to be half buried in the ground. Roar, the white lion was not convinced. Its front paw is stepping on Wen Youning's leg. Wen Youning's hand goes through its front leg and hugs it directly. You're too heavy, dear. You're taller than me when you stand up. Ah, ha ha ha. You need to have an understanding of your own body shape, Lancelot. Teacher Wen is biased. The pearl bird can be small, the tabby can be red, but why can't the white lion? I feel sorry for the white lion. I just can't stand it anymore. Laughing to death, a group of onlookers who can't get enough of the drama. I have only one Teacher Wen. Don't crush me. Although the white lion didn't come up, the pearl bird left. It slowly licked Wen Youning's wrist. Whoa. None will do, but it will do. Wen Youning chuckled lightly and pointed at its nose. Do you want to eat something? In front of me was a plate of skewers, some with spicy cumin and some without any seasoning at all. Just pure meat skewers without even salt. Skewers without seasoning require high standards for the meat quality. Each large piece of meat on the thick iron skewer is roughly the size of a baby's fist, grilled until the surface is crispy and fragrant, while the inside remains tender and juicy. The white lion sniffed but showed little interest, jumped down from Wen Youning's leg and shook its fur. It turned its head to meet the pearl bird's eye, as the blue beast's pupils slowly narrowed after changing. Chirp! The pearl bird was weak and helpless but round and plump, plopping down onto Wen Younin's shoulder, its claws hidden in its fluffy feathers. What are you doing? The white lion licked its nose, raised its paw onto Wen Youning's shoulder, and rested its chin on the top of her head, rubbing against it. Wen Youning felt as if she was wrapped in a thick, fluffy blanket, one that generated heat on its own, similar to an electric heating blanket. Her waist and back were slightly bent. Who could keep their waist straight with such a large lion lying on their back? Wen Youning thought, last time it was a South China tiger, today it's a lion. I wonder what I can cover with next. The king of the forest, the king of the grassland, I just haven't covered the Arctic yet. She calmly cut the unseasoned roast in half and opened it up to let it cool, asking, isn't it hot? Woo! No. The white lion blocked the warm grapefruit firmly, completely preventing the pearl bird from flying over and landing on the shoulder. Unless it falls into its mouth. Wen Youning put down the knife and fork for dividing the meat, put on gloves, took a piece of grilled meat that had cooled down to an almost perfect point, held it above her head and said, have a bite. The white lion was still watching the pearl bird. It used to be fed by Wen Youning and got into the habit of opening its mouth when food approached. By the time it realized what it was eating, it had already chewed twice. Wen Youning had brought it various snacks and staple foods, but it seemed like it was the first time having barbecue. How does it taste? Well, the white lion responded briefly. Jing Yizhu poked his chopsticks into the plate, not sending a single piece of meat to his mouth, staring intently over there. The white lion ate the meat he roasted. The white lion ate the meat he roasted. The white lion neither spit it out nor showed any disdain, so it seems his skills are not bad. At least the white lion could accept it. Click! He forgot to turn off the sound while taking photos with his phone, and Jing Yizhu panicked, pressing his phone down on the table. Upon noticing the gazes of Wen Youning and the white lion, Jing Yizhu blinked and couldn't help but quietly raise his phone. Click. I'm sorry, Jing Yizhu closed his eyes. His actions were faster than his thoughts. This angle is really perfect. It's okay. Wen Youning smiled, retrieving the white lion's paw that had slipped from her shoulder. Make sure to send me a copy of the photo. Jing Yizhu got it. No, this made Jingji train me into Jing Yafa. What do you mean it's not a problem? It's very impolite to take someone's photo without permission, you know. I'll fine you by having you send the photo to my email so I can dispose of it. Ha, I can hear the scheme you're plotting from the moon. All right, you're hiding it from the family, right? Wen Youning is not very hungry and is focused on peeling roast meat for the white lion. The circular glass table in front of me began to rotate, bringing with it a plate stacked into a small mountain of large roasted meat. Teacher, when there are awful ox tongue and so on in here, Jing Yizhu brought another plate. Didn't they all say that animals like to eat offal the most? Let's see if they like it grilled. No seasoning has been added. It was originally planned to sprinkle the seasoning just before removing it from the heat, allowing the fat that oozes from the grilled meat to enhance the flavor of the seasoning. Feeding the white lion skips this step. Jing Yizhu couldn't eat it all by himself and watched the white lion eating livestream with longing. Watching an eating livestream online feels different from watching it in person, especially when it's up close to the white lion. Wen Youning looked up and saw no one was eating at the table. "You all eat first, it will get cold soon." "Good, good, good, eat, eat, eat." Jing Yizhu randomly picked up something with his chopsticks, chewing it tastelessly. Shi Ziming supported his chin and said enviously, "I also want to raise a lion. This is so cool. Moreover, it feels like wild lions are even more well-behaved than his dog. It seems like they are so gentle that they have no temper, except for just now when they scared the director. It seems that the white lion's temper only has double standards for Teacher Wen." Shi Ziming sniffed and wanted even more. Yan Yushin patted his shoulder. "Finish your breakfast and go to sleep. If you can't even dream about it, then don't think about it." "Shi Ziming, didn't you tell me that anything can happen in dreams?" "Damn it, I must dream about it today." "Forget it," Shi Ming sighed. "I wouldn't dare either when given the chance." Teacher Wen eats fruit. His hand circles on the glass layer. It's paired well with grilled meat, which helps reduce greasiness. "Thank you. The refreshing and sweet fruit just nicely offsets the greasiness of the grilled meat." Wen Youning picked up a strawberry, but before she could eat it, the white lion opened its mouth. "Do you want to eat it?" Wen Youning said as she tossed the strawberry in. The white lion chewed a couple of times and said, "Woof." It stood up on Wen Young's shoulder, no longer lying down, with its front paws scratching the ground. "Is it very sour?" "Roar. It's not meat. I thought you wanted to eat fruit." When Youning pulled out a tissue, spit it out. "Woo. Swallowed. Not tasty." Wen Youning casually wiped its mouth with a tissue, saying, "Then don't eat it, have some meat instead." "White lion, are you daring to mess with me? Is it that sour? Look, even my little white lion is making a sour face. So cute. Good baby, you surprisingly managed to swallow something you don't like. The more I watch, the more I want to give some love education to my rebellious kids." Most of the roasted entrails went into the white lion's belly. If a barbecue alone can make a white lion full, the chef would have to swing the skewers until they smoke. After eating enough, the white lion lies next to Wen Youning and licks its paws. Eating barbecue is fresh, but even white lions will get tired of it if they eat too much. Wen Youning took a bite of the watermelon, which should have just been taken out of the fridge, crisp and sweetly cold, instantly bringing back memories of summer. "This is delicious." When Youning handed a piece to the white lion, "Have a bite." The white lion, licking its paw, paused for a moment, looked at the watermelon right in front of it and opened its mouth, biting down onto Wen Youning's wrist. Its eyebrows and eyes curved at the same time, as if it were smiling. It's the joy of a successful prank. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, taking the chance while it couldn't open its mouth, and reached out to scratch its whiskers. The white lion immediately stood up, its eyes wide open, and roared. Just as the white lion opened its mouth, Wen Youning pulled her hand back, and the watermelon in her hand was perfectly intact, not even a scratch on the skin. "Haha, just touched it a little, didn't pull it out." Wen Youning used to irritate the white lion when she touched its whiskers, but later on, she avoided the kissing area and only held its face, with its mane piling up on its neck. "Ayal woo." The white lion, halfway through its roar, was stuffed with a piece of watermelon. Wen Youning smiled with her eyes curved bite. The white lion's teeth easily pierced through the crispy watermelon, making a crunching sound as it ate. When Shi Ziming at the dining table saw the white lion bite down completely on Wen Youling's hand, he almost lost his breath. Having seen the gentle side of the white lion countless times, when he witnessed it showing its teeth, Shi Ziming's hands trembled slightly. Haha, Shi Ziming's face turned pale from fright. Who saw someone get bitten by a lion, their face turned pale, except for Teacher Wen. HMPH, it's obvious you're a new fan. The old fans are already on their knees crying, begging the white lion not to bite. Is that right? Teacher Wen. After the director set up the location and adjusted the equipment, he walked over, glanced at the table and said, "I'm all set. Shall we start in an hour?" "No need, I've finished eating. Let's take the photo now." Wen Youning took off the white lion that had jumped onto her lap and patted its mane on the side. "Let's go, my partner, time for a photo." Woo! The director smiled and followed. "Teacher Wen, I have a sketchbook of photo poses here, and all the pictures are drawn by me. You can create the scene based on this, arrange it freely. I don't require specific poses. You just interact as you wish, and we will capture the moments." Shooting a variety show related to small animal is very difficult. It needs to have flesh and blood, laughter and tears, and emotions must be elevated. But as long as the small animals don't cooperate, it's all in vain. Sometimes owners struggle to restrain their pets. After all, small animals also have their own thoughts. Whether they understand and deliberately ignore, or do not understand and simply do not care, once stuck in a deadlock, it is very difficult to make progress in filming. The director has already prepared to work extra hours and pay more to get a satisfactory promotional photo after a whole day of not being able to shoot one. But Wen Youning stood by the artificial rock of the scene, settled a little on the edge, her right leg slightly bent with her toes touching the ground. She turned and patted the rock. "Come here, Lancelot." The white lion stepped onto the gradually rising stones and lowered its head. Wen Youning simultaneously raised her head, lifted her right hand, her palm close to the white lion's mane, and her fingertips slightly curled inward. "Director." Without his reminder, the equipment continued to make noise. "This pose has been captured from all angles. I advise you to be kind with the live streaming equipment. Is it really that hard to fly to the positive side now? I don't want to see the panoramic view anymore. This screenshot doesn't look good. I want a front-facing photo." Beauty God descends. Teacher Wen is so beautiful. The white lion is so cool. The director is so bald. Your Mediterranean haircut is blocking me. Please make some room, thank you. The cooperation of the white lion made the entire filming process smooth and easy. The director directed this and that, and in the end, the footage he produced was more than all the other guests combined. And the key is that there weren't many unusable shots. When filming Jing Yizhou and Jing Yifei, the lively golden retriever would move around, blink, and be distracted by everything around it. The candid effect is good, but blurry double images are inevitable. When Wen Youning and the white lion work together, almost every shot looks like a still photo. The director reflects on his whole day, filled with chaotic filming and the experience of chasing after the dog to grab the camera, shedding a bitter tear. That's enough, Teacher Wen, it's excellent. The director feels there's no better word to describe it, just emphasizing good over and over. Hugh, the white lion, looks at the director. The director, feeling quite pleased, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Does it want? It wants to see the photos. When Youning squatted down beside the white lion, gently patting it with her hand, "They aren't ready yet. When they're done, I'll show them to you." The white lion tilted its head and licked her partner. "That's right, you are my partner." Wen Youning curled her fingertips to scratch its jaw. "Let's go, we should return." Woo! Good. Wen Youning greeted the guests. "We're leaving now." "Teacher Wen, take care." Jing Yizhou waved his hand while drinking beer and eating barbecue. "Goodbye, Lancelot." The white lion stood up and pushed open the door that had just been entered. Turned his head and bit onto Wen Youing's hem. I'm coming. Wen Youning quickly walked a few steps to catch up. Leaving the well-lit area, it seems to be darker around than before. I don't know if it's because of the contrast. Wen Youning turned on the flashlight and adjusted her coat. "Does anyone have any backpack recommendations?" "Want to change the backpack? That old junk feels like it's filled with firecrackers. It's time for a change." Link, this brand is nice. That doesn't fit my teacher Wen status. Go straight for the big brands. Wen Youning browsed the links in the bullet comments and felt that the prices weren't very high. Not to the extent of getting those people to bleed. I might have to choose some high-end brand limited editions, with brand premium and historical significance. Do you have any size requirements? I can have someone deliver it to the hotel you're staying at. No, When Youning thought for a moment, it didn't make a difference whether she bought it or Lin Bayu bought it. As long as there's an invoice, it can be reimbursed. All right, just give me the invoice then. Good. The white lion in front turned back to rub against her hand. Woo. Wait a moment. Take it back. Wen Youning followed the white lion's gaze and looked towards the stationary herd of antelopes not far away. Wen Youning groomed its mane and said, "Be careful." In the night, the white lion's figure was indeed more prominent than that of the yellow lion. But when the distance was opened up, it became quite blurry to the human eye. Wen Youning found a rock to sit on and wait for the white lion to come back from hunting. I won't chase after it, let's have a drink. It was hard for her to see clearly at night, and running over there would easily disrupt the white lion's rhythm. If it were during the day, she would have gone. Let me see, the first one is. A wisp of lingering thought. Wen Youning took down the live streaming device. Yes, the boy clenched his fist and made a victory gesture. The screen of my phone is almost poked through. Finally managed to grab a spot, hee. There is a time difference between the two places, and a lingering thought over there is still during the day. He grabbed a handful of corn kernels and threw them on the ground. Teacher Wen, can you help me check why my rooster isn't crowing? Last time I didn't come back, my grandma took the rooster to the hospital, but she's just an old lady and doesn't understand these things, so it wasn't treated well. It was uncomfortable for several days after she came back. As he spoke, a lingering thought occasionally turned back, as if afraid to be overheard by the grandma inside. Usually, the younger generation works in the city and doesn't come back. The old lady keeps some chickens, ducks, and dogs. This is the only rooster in our family, and it has a great relationship with my grandma. I feel like she has raised the rooster as a pet, which is what you call a spiritual sustenance. In the past, whenever the rooster crowed, my grandma would get up, but now it doesn't crow. When she hears the rooster from other people's houses, she feels distressed. A trace of lingering sentiment shook its head and sighed heavily. I, as the younger generation, really don't know what to do. Wen Youning, have you checked if there is any damage to the vocal cords? The rooster looks a bit wilted, its comb shaking as it walks. Its feathers are shiny, and it seems to have been well cared for, but the black tail feathers have a slight upward curl and then droop down. It looks a bit downcast. I can't understand, Teacher Wen, could you please take a look? A lingering thought raised the film. Wen Youning responded with an, the vocal cords are fine. The rooster walks hesitantly, as if it wants to go inside. This bastard is blocking the way. Can this bastard walk? What are you doing, bastard? The rooster is quite curious. Why do people block their own path? Wen Youning pinched her brow, and when the rooster's few thoughts echoed, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Hello, may I ask why you didn't crow when you woke up early? Cock-a-doodle-doo. None of your business. Chickens are born not to crow. The smelly chicken says the chicken's call is ugly, and then beats the chicken. Damn it. The chicken will fight back one day. You want to beat me because I called ugly. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows slightly and said, are you saying I'm going to come to your house to beat you, or are you going to go out and get caught by it to be beaten? The rooster suddenly puffed up its chest and turned its head with a whoosh. It's not my grandson talking. What is this? Is someone complaining that the rooster's crowing is ugly and disturbing their hens? How morally lacking. It wasn't a person, it was a chicken. Wen Youning glanced at the environment across from her. Are the two walls outside your house next to the neighbor's place, or is it open land? This side is an alley and there are people living here. A trace of lingering thought pointed out. Wait, do you mean to say that my neighbor's chicken dislikes the sound of my chickens crowing and came over to beat it up? Goo. Yes. The very tyrant of a smelly chicken. Its call is nowhere near as pleasant as a chicken's. It's just that I can't beat them. The rooster grinds its claws angrily, making itself stronger to seek revenge. Wen Youning nodded and said, yes, it should have been beaten a lot and the spirit is a bit low. A lingering thought. Are you sick? No wonder our chickens have stopped crowing. If crowing leads to getting beaten, who would still crow? That big rooster next door is really fierce. It doesn't just fight with its own kind. The last time I rode my electric bike past it, it almost attacked me. A lingering thought of almost being pecked by a chicken made me angry. It flaps its wings and jumps to hit. That's still pretty tragic. Bad chicken, look at how the rooster from the fan's house is getting bullied. It's wilted to this extent. It's okay, next time the rooster next door crows, come online and we'll shout together. Your crowing is really terrible. Are you trying to undermine the confidence of the chickens next door? Such a useless method is something only you, my unacquainted online friend, could come up with. After a moment of nostalgia, I thought to myself, does this count as a psychological issue? Wen Youning, a faint regret, it's over. Heart ailments are the hardest to cure. A flash of inspiration crossed the faint regret's mind. How about I talk to the neighbor next door and bring that chicken over? Teacher Wen, could you help them face each other and adjust a bit? Yes, let's do it that way. My chicken will not be beaten for crowing next time, and then it will gradually get better on its own. The faint regret thought to herself, realizing how brilliant she was for coming up with such a good solution. Wait a moment, Teacher Wen, give me 3 seconds. A lingering thought made him put down his phone and run outside. The downcast rooster glanced over and continued to sulk in place. Don't be upset, Wen Youning gently comforted. You should crow and be yourself. Next time I'll let your owner help you with it. Cluck, the rooster was visibly unhappy. A lingering regret hurriedly leaves and hurriedly returns. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he shouted, it's over, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning asked what happened. A lingering regret said, I can't carry that rooster. Wen Youning sat inside the stone, bent her left leg and rested her chin on her knee. It's okay, I'll first chat with your family's rooster. No, what I mean is, as she thought about what she was going to say next, a trace of lingering regret made her somewhat shy and said, well, I can't deliver a hug, but I brought part of it, along with some wild mushrooms from the mountain. How about that? Hiss, I'm getting hungry just listening to this. Rooster stew with mushrooms, yeah, that must smell delicious. Wen Youning. A hint of lingering regret tugged at the corner of her mouth. This chicken is quite the fighter. In our village, it's all about dogs fighting dogs and people chasing people. It's the local bully. Last time, it beat up the village chief's grandson and they had to pay a lot of money. So when you said it beat my chicken, I wasn't really surprised. It just feels normal for it to beat anyone. He cleared his throat and changed the subject. But do you know who it ultimately fought? Wen Youning followed his lead and asked, who? It's been years since the neighbor's granddaughter came back. She just stayed for one night yesterday to take care of the household registration. A lingering thought made her lift her hand to her forehead, and according to the old lady and the old man, the granddaughter was playing on the steps when this rooster launched into a 100-meter sprint, jumped up, and kicked the granddaughter down. I might have exaggerated a bit, but it is undeniable that the granddaughter was crying very sadly at that time, and now her clothes still haven't thickened. She lost quite a bit of blood. A lingering thought looked up at a 45-degree angle. The situation developed too quickly, completely beyond his expectations. The old man said that they couldn't finish eating this chicken, and when they saw me come, they told me to take it back to eat. Then what about my family's chicken? Isn't this a problem that can never be resolved? My granddaughter added, Grandpa and Grandma's house is too scary. I will never come back again. That would be the ultimate blow. Why did you provoke her? She's gone crazy and doesn't know the big from the small anymore. Grandma and Grandpa, this chicken can't be raised to maturity, but it can be stewed until it's cooked. Now that it has come to this, we can only mediate between both sides, but now it has turned into one-sided relief. Wen Youning said, put that pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms in front of your rooster. Let it see more clearly. A wisp of lingering thoughts squatted down to lift the dust cover off the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Come on, corn, take a sniff. Speaking of which, he took a deep breath and said, don't say it smells. It really does smell good. Grandma next door's cooking is not to be underestimated. The rooster stretched its neck to take a look, turned its head away, and couldn't see what was inside, but that didn't stop it from being disdainful. What is this guy up to again? It's all a mess. Chickens wouldn't eat that. Wen Youning said, this is the rooster that is going to peck you. The big rooster was already bored to the point of scratching the ground with its claws. Hearing this, it scratched once, slowly raised its head and said, Goo. What? Wen Youning nodded. It's the one that won't let you call out, the one that chased you home to beat you. Goo. The rooster, who was originally ready to stroll away, suddenly made a slip and thrust its head straight into the basin. A wisp of reluctance lifted a hand, narrowly rescuing the pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms from the rooster's mouth. More importantly, this pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms had just been taken off the stove not long ago. When it was brought back, a layer of steam fog had already formed on the dust cover. He didn't feel hot wearing gloves, but the steam was rising, and if he plunged his corn right in, he would turn himself into popcorn. Hot, hot, hot. A wisp of reluctance stood up and said, oh my God, you almost lost it to him. The rival soup gets more delicious the more you chew. Maybe they just want to eat the mushrooms inside. The northeastern mountain mushrooms in chicken stew look tempting even through the screen. Corn, why didn't you say that earlier? I was feeling so emo for no reason. The dark clouds suddenly parted and the sky brightened, haha. Wen Youning glanced at the white lion in the distance returning with its prey, shifted her gaze back to the screen where a big rooster was trying to peck at the chicken stew with mushrooms and said, you don't have to worry about it jumping over to beat you anymore. You can continue to crow. Your crowing sounds really nice. It is just looking for reasons to bully you. Don't believe it. Huh, Corn blinked its eyes repeatedly. Really? Wen Youning nodded confidently, of course. Heh, the corn was happy, shaking its wings. Domestic chickens do not fly often, and their wings have degenerated, leading to a decline in flying ability. However, many free-range domestic chickens can still fly up to rooftops or beams. It's still much worse compared to the original wild chicken's flying ability. The corn was so happy that it called out while attempting to spread its wings and fly. Having gotten used to seeing the big rooster's worried expression, now a wisp of lingering thought was surprised by the corn's reaction. The effect of talk therapy is this good. This guy, if I had known it was for this reason, I would have brought it over sooner. Seeing the corn getting better, a wisp of lingering thought also felt relieved. The old man couldn't understand how to use his phone, and usually spent time raising a yard full of small animals, the one he liked the most being the corn. The old lady was worried and haggard, but fortunately, the reason has been found. A hint of lingering hope appeared on her face, so it will be able to crow normally in the future, right? Yes, it depends on its condition. If the adjustments are good, it will be able to crow tomorrow. Wen Youning observed that Yu-Mi seemed to show signs of wanting to crow. Great, thank you, Teacher Wen. I really appreciate it. A hint of lingering hope had her mouth nearly stretched to her ears. Come on, Yu-Mi, let's give you some corn kernels to eat. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, Teacher Wen. Goodbye. Wen Youning jumped down from the rock and stamped her somewhat numb feet. I'm back. The white lion was dragging an adult antelope by its neck. When a lion is carrying food, unless it's particularly small enough to allow it to completely lift the food off the ground, it will inevitably trip over its feet while dragging the food. The larger the food, the easier it is to trip over. Carrying food is also a burden. Very few lions go far to hunt and then bring it back to the pride. The white lion is panting heavily. Wen Youning grabbed 2 handfuls of its mane. Shall we rest a while before going back? Woo! The white lion shook its fur, as if shaking its head, holding the prey and about to leave. The family's little hunting expert, Wen Youning helped out, a must-have for home and travel. Don't just advertise, post the link on 135. Exactly, are our sisters not capable? If you dare to post the link, let me show you what it means to be sold out in an instant. I'm very fast. Haha, not for sale. Wen Youning chats with her fans. I just helped lift the antelope, and a booming lion's roar from behind caused Wen Youning's smile to freeze. The roar doesn't sound like the usual communication, but more like a warning from a lion during battle. It sounds deep and resonant, reverberating softly in the ears. And the direction of the sound source is the filming area surrounded by the production team, not far from where Wen Youning just walked out. The roar of a lion is the lowest frequency sound on Earth and travels the farthest. It cannot be ruled out that there is a lion fight happening in the distance, with sounds reaching us here. But just to be safe, Wen Youning said, I'll take a quick look, Lancelot, you head back first and I'll catch up with you in a bit. Before her words had finished, she ran back along the original path. In theory, in bright areas illuminated by light and surrounded by electrified fences, the lion should not proactively attack. Especially in the area enclosed by the production team, which is within Lancelot's territory, there is no reason for the lion to come over. Fortunately, she didn't walk too far. It was just that when Wen Youning saw the partially collapsed electrified fence from a distance, she fell silent for a moment. A mature male lion lay on the ground. In front of it was a staff member dressed in a production team uniform, currently lying motionless on the ground. The staff in the reserve are holding a tranquilizer gun, but have not pulled the trigger for a long time. The staff member pinned down by the lion is still alive. The lion has shown no signs of aggression since initially knocking the person down. Firing the gun recklessly could provoke the lion's wrath and harm the staff member. The situation has reached a stalemate. Teacher Wen, Jing Yizhu crouched behind the chair and whispered. Wen Youning, seeing no place to step on the ground, could only step in through the mesh holes. What happened? I don't know. A lion suddenly jumped out and attacked us. Shiziming squatted under the table, shaking his head. To be precise, they were packing up, and by the time they realized what was happening, the staff had already been tackled down. Wen Youning, what is this net? Shiziming glanced at the net on the ground, feeling a bit speechless. We were all ready to leave, and the reserve said everything had to be taken away together, so they cut off the electricity in advance. We didn't expect the lion to appear suddenly. This broken network is of no use at all when it should be put to use. The yellow lion was breathing heavily, its claws still on the staff member, and its sharp gaze scanning everyone present, pausing momentarily when it reached Wen Youning. Wen Youning turned around and, as expected, saw the white lion coming over. The antelope was thrown on the ground, and the white lion stood silently behind Wen Youning. Whether it is an invader or a passing stray lion, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Lord Lion. Wah, the yellow lion is somewhat fearful. Don't come over here. I will destroy you. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. What smells so good? I couldn't stand and fell down, scared the lion to death. Why does everyone look at the lion? I'll eat you all. Wen Youning. This represents the extreme hunger. This yellow lion might have been attracted by the smell of grilled meat. A stray male lion without a territory can easily be driven away, and sometimes hunting has to be done very cautiously. For those with even slightly poorer hunting skills, going hungry for 3 days out of 9 meals is quite common. It was probably very hungry and only got confused after pouncing in. Wen Youning knew that it wasn't intentionally pouncing on that staff member, which is good to say. If you're hungry, just say it, and I'll trade you meat for that person, okay? She waved to Jing Yizhu, signaling him to pass over the meat next to him. Roar! The yellow lion bared its teeth and roared. Not good. Don't get too close to the lion. Humans are cunning and untrustworthy. It must be toxic. Wen Youning said, it won't be toxic, it's all fresh and delicious meat. Don't reject it so quickly, let's talk about it. What? Huangshi narrowed his eyes. Get lost. Wen Youning couldn't see the current state of the staff and decided to finish it quickly. Lancelot. At the same time as the voice fell, a white shadow swiftly darted past her side. Woowa! The yellow lion retreated in panic. The white lion didn't give it a chance to react and pounced on it with a body slam. Cool, a single move to defeat the enemy. Damn it, I clearly have no feelings for lions, but now I really want to see it live. What the hell, how did it get past? I was watching closely and didn't blink at all. Who said lions move slowly? Wen Youning grabbed the staff member's collar and pulled him away from the center of the incident. The staff member had already fainted. Wen Youning turned around and said, "Come on, who can help out?" As the backbone of the entire variety show, the director naturally stepped forward at this moment. Lancelot, that's enough. Wen Youning handed the staff over to the director and then went over to the white lion. The hungry yellow lion was clearly no match for the white lion, lying on the ground and emitting low whimpers towards it. The white lion retracted its paw and gazed down at it. All right, Wen Youning squatted down beside the white lion. Can we talk properly now? The white lion squinted. Woo. Ow, ow, ow. The yellow lion lay completely on the ground with its side on the ground, one side still stubbornly howling. Okay, we can talk. Talk. Why don't you say what we're talking about? Wen Youning looked into Huangshi's abnormal dark eyes and said, I'll treat you to a big meal. How about you let me draw a tube of your blood? Huangshi didn't quite understand. Wen Youning directly pushed the meat basket to it. You eat first. Do you have new blood collection needles? Wen Youning has injection needles in her backpack, but the tips have been broken off and used to stab someone, so now they are just waste. There is. The accompanying doctor is pinching the staff member who has fainted. Wait a moment, the things are in the car. Jing Yizhu said, I'll go get it. The yellow lion has started eating, and the white lion, while eating, didn't even bother to stand up, just focused on getting full first. Wen Youning held the yellow lion's paw. Does eating mean you agree? The yellow lion paused its movement of biting the meat, but continued to eat without paying attention. Lancelot suddenly leaned closer. The yellow lion shrank its neck, but the white lion's mane brushed past its ear and grabbed the sleeve of Wen Youning's coat. It pulled Wen Youning's hand over and stepped on it with its paw. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and smiled, glancing at it sideways. Lancelot. After a series of small movements, the white lion was satisfied and lay next to Wen Youning. Woo. Hahaha, the white lion is so domineering. White lion, don't touch lions you don't know. If you touch again, I'll confiscate your hand, just kidding. I need to draw blood. Wen Youning helplessly smiled as she pulled her hand back, but the white lion's paw kept pressing down on her hand, inadvertently taking it along. Wen Youning patted the white lion's paw just once. Whoa! Wen Youning leaned close to the white lion's ear and whispered, I'll give it a haircut. Lancelot, who had been staring at the yellow lion, suddenly froze, his mouth slightly open, feeling a bit like his tongue didn't know where to go, and he let out a little bit. The sound was very soft, so much so that the white lion reacted. Its ears suddenly tucked back against its head, and the paw that was pressing against her hand, preventing any movement, withdrew. Woo. As soon as shaving was mentioned, the white lion's attention shifted from the yellow lion to Wen Youning, as if afraid she might shave it too while she was at it. The young shadow of the Lion King. Ha ha ha. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh out loud after several times bumping into the white lion's gaze. The white lion let out a low rumbling sound from its throat. Wen Youning patted the white lion and said, "I'll go grab the things we need for the blood sample." The doctor accompanying the program team had already brought the items over, but didn't dare to come closer due to the two lions nearby. The doctor handed over a small box and said, "The gloves, blood collection needle and blood collection tube are all inside. There's no blood collection bag. I didn't bring that with me." Okay, having a blood collection tube is enough. When Youning took it over, it wasn't very heavy. This counts as a portable blood collection station that can be taken anywhere. The yellow lion is eating meat with its mouth wide open, not even lifting its eyelids at Wen Youning's departure. Anyway, it didn't hurt it, and after eating well, it fights even harder. The yellow lion lay on its back and ate bite after bite. Blood splattered on its face, but it didn't even bother to lick it. Wen Youning picked up something, looked at it, and directly sat down in front of the yellow lion. "Let's draw some blood, it might hurt a little." The yellow lion licked the big bone exposed after biting off the meat, and its gaze unconsciously turned around Wen Youning's hand. Wen Youning scraped off a bit with a small knife, rubbing the bald spot with her thumb pad. "Don't move around." She put on gloves. The 2 rows of blood collection tubes in the box were empty. She took one in order and sanitized it step by step. "Here it comes." The yellow lion tilted its head and bit the bone. "Sigh, this person is good at everything, except for being a bit indecisive." Wen Youning slowly lowered her gaze, just as the yellow lion's eyes wandered. "Hey lion, why is she looking at the lion?" "Still looking." Wen Youning snorted twice and said, "Why does it matter to you what I look at? I'm just looking." The yellow lion was gnawing on a bone, saying, "Just look, just look." "Yum." The yellow lion opened his mouth wide, the upper teeth resting on the bone. "Yum. How is this person? What the heck?" The yellow lion that had been hurt shouted at her, "Roar." "Ouch, it hurts." "Roar." The white lion swatted the yellow lion back down with a paw. The yellow lion crashed directly into the meat mountain, squinting, with its ears almost pressed against its head, licking its nose. "It didn't roar." "The lion didn't roar, you heard wrong." The yellow lion lowered its head and took big bites of meat to fill the void in its scared and weak heart. Wen Youning inserted a needle, holding one hand on the needle and the other hand supporting the blood collection tube below it, feeling it was about right, then took it off and replaced it with a new one. The eyes are a channel that reflects the condition of the internal organs, but generally speaking, if there are obvious visible problems with the eyes, it signifies severe damage to the internal organs. Lions, unlike humans, have white in their eyes, and any change in color can be easily noticed. Their eyes are mostly yellow, and when looking into the yellow eyes of the lion, it seems like there are scattered spots, leading to partial discoloration. In this situation, it is difficult to make a diagnosis without looking at the examination results. While thinking, Wen Youning changed several blood collection tubes. The chewing sound of the yellow lion gradually stopped. It stared blankly at Wen Youning as she took off the installed, movable paw to stand up, and took a glance into the box. "Yellow lion." "Puff ha ha ha, what kind of expression is this?" shocked Silly. "Are you going to eat a few bites of my meat and draw half a ton of my blood? Can life still go on like this?" "Huang Shi, they didn't directly kill me, but I suspect they want to draw blood until the lion dies." "How many vials have they drawn? It seems a bit too much." "Be content, Teacher Wen. These vials aren't even full yet. There are many tests and they use a lot of blood. It's not just a quick prick of the fingertip to draw a little blood. The last vial. Wen Youning pulled out the needle, pressed with a cotton swab, and asked, "Did you wander here? If there are lion prides, which pride is it? Is it far away? Once the test results are out, I might still need to find you." Huangshi was quiet as if he were thinking. Lion pride. Are you going to steal from the lion's pride? No, I just wanted to ask if you have nowhere to go, you can stay here for now. That way I can find you easier. After a pause, Wen Youning added, but you can only stay on the outskirts, okay? There are cubs in the territory, so to ensure their safety, the yellow lion can only wander at the edge. Oh, got it. Wen Youning thought for a moment and asked, do you feel unwell anywhere? The yellow lion licked his paw and said, woo. No, I'm just very hungry. Then you can keep eating. Wen Youning took a few photos of the yellow lion, then rubbed the white lion and got up saying, I'll help you take the meat bowl outside. The thawed meat has a lot of blood water in the bowl. Wen Youning carried the bowl with the meat to a spot some distance away from where the net was initially placed and stopped. All right, you can eat here. The director and several staff members helped to support the net that had fallen to the ground. This broken device cannot have too high a strength. It is meant to be touched lightly like static electricity, used for sending off wild beasts, not for stunning them. The installation and dismantling are both quite troublesome. If there weren't any better alternatives, the production team wouldn't want to use this. Wen Youning put the meat away and we had already packed up half the net. Director, we're leaving first. I'll bring that basin back to you tomorrow. The director smiled and said, all right. The sky in the second half of the night. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, but the anticipated rain did not fall. The core territory of the lion pride. The white lion dragged the antelope to the side of the treehouse, turned around, and looked far at the tourist vehicle standing upright in its territory. Wen Youning stood beside the tour bus and handed over a box, saying, I'll send you the specific items to check on your phone later. There are too many items to check, and some examination items that aren't even necessary for routine health checks. She mentioned them, and Bai Minghui might not have even heard of some, let alone remember them. Okay, Bai Minghui took the box and placed it in the passenger seat. It's getting late, Teacher Wen, are you coming back with me? Wen Youning said, no need, I'll go back by myself in a while. Anyway, it's close, so I can just walk back to the hotel. Bai Minghui leaned against the edge of the car window, thought for a moment and said, then I'll go get these sent for inspection and come back later. It's settled then. He turned the steering wheel hard to the left and said, let's go. After saying hello to Wen Youning, the sightseeing bus slowly drove out. To prevent accidents caused by the bus going too fast, there is a speed limit within the protected area. Wen Youning clenched her fists and hit her waist and back. When she turned around, she saw the white lion staring at the live broadcast equipment. Lancelot, don't pounce on my live broadcast equipment. She went to discuss matters with Bai Minghui, leaving the live broadcast equipment to shoot the white lion. Let's not go out for a walk tonight. When Youning glanced at the time, it would be bright in a little while. Buzz. The red light of the live broadcast equipment flickered. Wen Youning sat back against the big tree. Come on, the emergency is coming up. So many people in the emergency tonight. Sister, are you confused? Don't forget there's a time difference. It's night over there with Teacher Wen, but it's daytime for us. Where is the Zai Zhai Bai He Ren? Teacher Wen has already taken the emergency call. Hurry up. Chirp. The pitch-black screen emitted a sound, and the barrage in the live stream was silent for a moment before filling up with question marks. Bring the black jade over here. As soon as the girl finished speaking, her slender fingers pierced through the black screen, taking away the crow that was blocking the camera. The crow was coin placed by the girl on the other side. The girl pressed down on the crow, while also folding its spread wings. She poked it upwards with her fingertip, temporarily silencing the incessantly cawing crow. "Teacher Wen, look here at the black jade. Why has the color dropped off at the base of its beak? Can crows lose color?" The crow bought was actually a pigeon dyed to look like a crow. Bad business. Next one. It seems like it really is white. Can we raise crows here? Is that legal? Looking at the homepage IP, the person is abroad. The black-crowned heron nervously switched angles while holding the crow and asked, "Is it a very serious illness?" The completely black crow had a bit of mottling on it, which was very noticeable, not to mention such large patches of white. It looks very much like vitiligo in humans. I didn't go to the hospital. Our local animal hospital requires a week in advance for appointment reservations, and I couldn't get one, the black-crowned heron said anxiously. "If I don't find a doctor to take a look, I'm afraid that before I even get to the hospital, it'll be completely white." Woof, the Alaskan's head squeezed into the frame. "What are you doing, sister? How about taking a look, Woof?" Woof feels like its paw is still uncomfortable. Zai Bai he pushed it away, saying, Go, sister is busy. You play by yourself first and come back to accompany you later." She adjusted the angle of her phone and said, "Is this black jade actually vitiligo?" "It's not a disease, it's just a lack of vitamins," Wen Youning said. "If you wait a few more days to connect, it might just get better on its own." "Huh?" Zai Bai he hesitated for a moment. "Don't you need to apply some medicine or something? It looks pretty scary." Wen Youning shook her head. "No need. It's better to spend the money on what it likes to eat. Let it eat a bit more to gain some strength." "Woof. Woof wants to take medicine, give Woof some. My paw hurts and my sister is ignoring me like this." Feeling uncomfortable, Wang is not happy anymore. "Bayu, go away. Your brother is seeing a doctor. Don't cause trouble. If you keep messing around, I'll take away your snacks." Zai Bai he sighed helplessly while pushing the large dog that was about the same height as himself. "You're so heavy." The Alaskan is panting, standing up, and there's a plush toy hanging from its left front paw. What happened to its paw? "Paw, this one." Zai Bai he reached out to touch the Alaskan's paw. Woof, the Alaskan suddenly pulled back its paw. "Ouch. This is its abeb, the one it sleeps with." The western crane was not surprised to grab at air. Such a treasure, it was previously hidden in the nest, but now it brings it everywhere every day. Even when going out for a walk, it needs to hold it with its paw, not letting it touch the ground, so careful as if afraid to get it dirty. It won't even let me help. The moment I touch it, it barks, probably worried that I might snatch it away. Although the tone sounded like it was blaming the puppy for being stingy, there was an undeniable smile in the tone, and the expression was incredibly gentle, more like showing off. "Look, my puppy, isn't it adorable?" I took quite a few pictures of it sleeping with its stuffed toy. Bayu really loves this abeb so much. Even when it's asleep, if I try to sneak it away, it wakes up immediately. Zai Bai he sighed and said with a smile, "After that, I didn't tease it anymore. It's a puppy, and it's not easy to have something it likes. Although it's a bit inconvenient to have it stuck to its paw, who can blame it for loving it? What can you do when the puppy likes it? Of course, you go along with it." My little puppy also has an abeb. It's an old blanket. Last time, while my mom took it out for a walk, I secretly washed it, and it was so mad that it barked at me for half the night. So cute, the stuffed toy never leaves your hands. Baby, you yourself are a fluffy one. Woo woof wow. The dog doesn't like it now. What's so good about this broken thing, Woof? Wang really can't take it anymore. Take it down, help Wang take it down. Alaska opened its mouth to bite, but the teeth grazed the plush toy, and the pain made it quickly let go. Woof woof. Woo, it hurts so much. The Alaskan was running too fast. Wen Youning couldn't see how the toy was attached to its paw, but listening to the Alaskan's heart, it seemed that hanging the toy on its paw wasn't its intention. Wen Youning said, "It's not hooked by its paw, it must be stuck on its paw, right?" Stuck on its paw? Zijai was taken aback, really. She tilted her head in confusion. A plush toy, what could possibly get stuck? You take it, it will cry because it hurts. Wang. Yes. It hurts a lot. Alaska looked into Wen Yuling's eyes, which had gone moist, and said, "This silly person still says that Wang likes it. Who would like something like this? If you like it, hang one up." Zijai asked in confusion, quickly reacting and crouching down to say, "Bayu, come here and let your sister take a look." Alaska raised its paws and said, "Woo. You should hurry up and take a look. The dog is going to die from the pain." As soon as the crane extends its hand, it instinctively lets out a howl. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be gentle. Hey, how did this open? Zijai went to see with a guess, only to realize that the plush toy had a hole that appeared out of nowhere. Inside, a metal ring was stuck to the claw, and it seemed to be trapped in the fluffy depths. It wasn't trapped for just a day or two. The metal ring was supposed to fix the movements of the plush toy, but unexpectedly it got the dog stuck instead. As I walked, it hung at the side, really like a small accessory hanging off the front leg. Let's not worry about how it got stuck. Hurry up and take the stuffed toy off, Wen Youning said with a headache holding her forehead. If the paw stays stuck like this, it will break. Okay, I'll go right now. Zijai didn't dare to force it, hurriedly running out to find scissors. In 5. The crow that lacked vitamins exited the scene, and next to appear is the dog that is about to have its leg amputated. Goodness, that dog is so angry it looks like it's about to curse you out, and you are still there saying like. If dogs could talk, they would probably be scolding you at the foot of your bed. Look, in the future this dog will hang itself, and the crane passing by will glance over and say, "Oh look, it's swinging." That was really very happy. Zijai ran away and ran back, even forgetting to grab her phone. Afraid of being late by even half a step, she would have to cut off Bayu's white claws. Don't be afraid, Bayu, I'll hurry. Zijai was holding not a common household scissors but a pair of pliers in each hand. The Alaskan will cry out in pain. If the wire is cut, it has already embedded itself in the flesh. The best method is to pull it apart from both sides. The West Branch crane doesn't know when this wire got stuck in, but she knows that for some time now, Bayu has not been without her plush toy. At first tried to avoid the surrounding fluff and pinch the wire inside. However, as soon as there was any movement, "Ayow!" the Alaskan scream of agony immediately followed. Pain, 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 pain. The long pain is not as good as the short pain. Very fast. Zijai he hurriedly broke out in a sweat, but fortunately it didn't take long, and it didn't embed deeply into the flesh. The bleeding was because the sharp end of the broken part had scratched it. Not serious, and not much blood was lost. At least it didn't soak the fur or drip onto the ground. Otherwise, the Western Branch of the crane would have discovered that Alaska was injured long ago. Now that it's close, the West Branch crane takes everything in, seeing it clearly. 2 pliers clamp each side and pull apart toward both sides. There were dried blood stains mixed with blood-stained fur on it. It looks pretty frightening. The West Branch crane, amidst the howls in Alaska, braved the ringing in its ears from the noise, cutting off the fur entangled with barbed wire. All right, finally it's down. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat off her forehead. You scared me to death. Just take it off, the wound seems to have scabbed over. Let's observe it later. I'll send you some medication names. You can look them up online to buy. Wen Youning sent the prepared message through private chat. These are medications for humans. Follow my dosage. It can be a small amount, but you must not exceed the dosage. Okay, I understand. The West Branch crane looked at the familiar medication names in the private chat. Teacher Wen, can I ask, can the ones I bought at home be used? Wen Youning said, yes, it's the same kind of thing, not just a single brand. Zai Bai He replied, can medicine for humans also be used for small animals? Not necessarily, it depends on the ingredients. Wen Youning simply gave an example. For instance, acetaminophen in cold medicine is highly toxic to cats. The lethal dose is low and the half-life is long. Many common cold medicines contain this. Zai Bai He nodded in understanding. Got it. It can be used, but there are many prerequisites. The western branch of the crane lowered its eyelids, looking at the miserable state of Alaska's paw, recalling some previous events, and when looking back from the present perspective, I couldn't help but rub my forehead with my hand. Earlier, when Bayu came over to find me with its paw raised, I thought it was showing off its ability to hang its favorite toy on its leg. At that time, I didn't think much of it, and even considered the little dog showing off its beloved toy to be very cute. Now that I think about it carefully, I was really stupid back then. I wonder what kind of feelings the white jade, who came over with its paw raised for help, had when hearing the praise she gave at that time. It might also think it is very foolish. West Branch separate crane, alas my white jade, you've suffered. White jade, it's just my fate to suffer. At least it wasn't a wasted emergency opportunity. At least the paw is saved. Indeed, the fans had no idea something was wrong with the dog. If it wasn't for Teacher when hearing it, who knows when they would find out after the live broadcast that the dog's leg was injured. The paw has been choked into one big and one small. Zai clasped her hands together and said, thank you, Teacher Wen, for saving my dog's paw. Woof. Save the paw. The Alaskan Malamute sat there, looking like it wanted to learn how to bow with its front paws like its owner. But one of my paws hurts a bit, and as soon as I move it stiffens up and my wide-open mouth closes. Zai he said, Teacher Wen, can I send a banner to your zoo? No. As soon as the banner was mentioned, Wen Youning immediately thought of those given by the police station, and her vision went dark. As long as the dog is fine, that's good. All right then. Zai he regretted not being able to send a physical gift, so he just sent more virtual gifts to make up for it. Teacher Wen, you continue with your work, I'm hanging up. Oh, by the way, does my black jade just not need to do anything? Wen Youning nodded, yes, no need. Still the same thing, eat more of what you like to make up for it. Okay, Zai replied crisply as she hung up the call. Wen Youning leaned back, resting on the white lion. She randomly grabbed one of the few furry bundles that were cautiously crawling forward. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The little short legs hanging in midair were crying out in fear. It's white. Wen Youning held the little white lion against her chest, and the little lion's eyes were innocent and pure. She raised her gaze to compare with Lancelot's eyes. The blue beast eyes in the night were not clear, but rather had a depth to them, as if looking into the distance like a calm sage. There was no trace of the proud and jealous look at all. The white lion lowered its head and roared, roar. Wen Youning twirled its mane and rubbed it against the little white lion's nose. Ow! The little white lion opened its mouth wide. The little guy's nose and mouth were both soft pink, looking like a miniature version of the white lion. Especially adorable. Wen Youning's eyes curved with a smile as her palm covered the little creature, swaying it back and forth. Awu, awu. Help, please. No one can save you. Wen Youning chuckled, I'm going to eat you up. Awu. The little furballs that weren't caught were also stunned, their small heads gathered together, one yellow and one white, even stacking their heads together in a way that was difficult to describe. The white lion let out a big yawn, resting its chin on its front paws and watching Wen Youning play. Wen Youning pushed the little lion in front of Lancelot, saying, Come on, give a roar. Oh, roar. The calm voice of the white lion merges with the tender cries of the cubs. Two completely different tones sound perfectly harmonious. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and the corners of her mouth lifted. Haha, then I will also howl. Sounds good. I don't understand music theory. From my perspective, while the sound is full of passion and also contains gentle nuances, it seems to lack a bit of meaning. Let me join in. I think we could form a grassland band. Of course, if there's anything wrong with what I said, please don't scold me. After all, I did say from the beginning that I don't understand music theory. I'm going to be cuteness overload. The white lion, woo woo, kiss 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 kiss. I haven't gotten out of bed yet and I'm rolling around on the bed from cuteness. The white lion is disdainful, but it truly cooperates, woof. Hello, Teacher Wen. May I ask if spiders can be seen? A spider, sure. Wen Youning cupped the little white lion with one hand. What species? An elderly man from the internet popped up with an urgent connection request. It's a jumping spider, quite common among those who play with crawling insects. The boy had to constantly bring the phone close to take a picture because it was just too small. There is a simple backdrop in the transparent rectangular plastic box, and various colors of knitted semicircular nests. Jumping spiders actually don't need these things, but when you have small pets, you always think about getting various things for your small pets, especially when you see other people's small jumping spiders having these. You want your own little jumping spider to have them too, and before you know it, you've accumulated more and more. So here's the thing, what issue did I encounter? I prepared a nest for it before, and after it built a web at the entrance of the nest, it just stayed outside and wouldn't go back in. The voice of the internet old man was filled with confusion. I thought it was hunting outside and didn't pay attention. Later, when I put a new nest in, it continued to build webs at the entrance of the nest. This is very strange. Does it have some kind of compulsive silk spinning disorder? Or is it a not spinning silk will die syndrome? The internet old man was confused and began to invent conditions based on the symptoms. The internet old man said, or maybe it just simply doesn't like the nest I prepared, or prefers to use the nest as a hunting net. He rubbed his chin, utterly perplexed. I've put several nests in consecutively, and without exception, none of them have been used for nesting. Thinking about his increasingly deflated wallet from buying nests, the internet old man was distressed. Those nests were recommended by my friends, and whether it's the material or size, they were all personally bought and tested. Why doesn't this one like them? Does such a small spider have so many silk threads? The hand-knitted nest isn't very big. Everyone who has been a spider knows that just sealing the entrance doesn't require much spider silk. Each little spider feels utterly drained after completing a big task. It can't be sprayed. The size of this nest can't be emptied out or patched up. The internet old man took pictures of those sealed nests one by one, saying, Teacher Wen, can you help me see what's going on with its abnormal behavior? There is very little information available about jumping spiders online, let alone finding a hospital offline. Even when connecting online, you have to first confirm that you can see it. Otherwise, if you connect without confirming and mention jumping spiders, everyone just looks at each other in confusion. Wen Youning had a rough understanding, pondering as she gently rubbed the little white lion's ears, and said with a slight nod, Come closer so I can take a look. The old man from the internet replied, Okay. In the frame, the little jumping spider was busy, and the last web of its nest was about to be completed. The spider, the size of a fingernail, was busy huffing and puffing. Just a little bit more, just the last little bit. Hang in there, success is just around the corner, only one last effort left. Completed. The jumping spider happily rubbed its claws, admiring the web it had woven, and thought to itself, What a perfect web it is. Who else could weave such a perfect web except for such a perfect spider? What a clever little spider. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? While feeling emotional, the little jumping spider looked up and was startled by someone. Run, run. The little jumping spider circled around on its web and returned to the starting point. Hello? How do you get in? The old man on the internet stretched his neck and asked suspiciously, "Teacher Wen, why did it suddenly stop moving? Is it tired?" It should be deep in thought. The spider web it weaves is blocking the entrance, not knowing how it got in. Wen Youning endured again and again, but the curve of her mouth only rose higher and higher. The web it wove itself, it can't pass through the seams. It has also blocked itself outside. Internet old man. I'm raising a spider, not just a pig, hey. What hey hata? The little jumping spider is tiny, with an empty head. Goodness, the little spider is silly. It's just short of wrapping itself up to become a butterfly. Help, is that a system? They're not even the same breed. Really? The old man on the internet paused for a moment and said, "Is this considered an illness? Can it be treated?" Isn't that web you wove yourself? All right, it looks a bit tightly woven, but not leaving yourself an escape route is just ridiculous. This, Wen Youning's fingertips twirled on the little white lion's head, pondering. It might be a weaving issue. You should look up some videos of jumping spiders weaving webs online and let it take a look to learn how to leave a door for itself. Besides that, there doesn't seem to be any particularly good correction methods. She can't exactly teach the little jumping spider how to weave a web step by step. Internet old man, okay. These days, even spiders have to go online to find tutorials for weaving webs. The little spider trapped online, unable to access its knitting nest, rubbed its hands and said, "How did I get here? I have no memory of it at all. Should I knit another one? There are no threads left, there are none." The little jumping spider stood on its web, deep in thought. Wen Youning reminded, "The web you made has issues, take a look at how to make it in the video. Learn a bit." Little jumping spider. Who? Even with the phone volume turned down to the lowest, it still gives a transcendent feeling to the tiny jumping spider, which is the size of a fingernail, as if it comes from above the head. The already slow-thinking tiny jumping spider fell into deep thought. While Wen Youning was talking to the tiny jumping spider, the internet elder had already found the video and positioned the iPad for full-screen viewing, ensuring that the tiny jumping spider could see every detail of the silk thread's path. The internet elder said, "Okay, I just got the full video of the last time the jumping spider wove its web from the group friends, so learn from it." Let's learn. Hiss, the little jumping spider still has to attend class, how terrifying. It's over. It's clearly about animals. Why does the video sound so much like my high school physics teacher? I'm asleep. Don't wake me up to answer questions, thank you. The little jumping spider is small, and you can't even see its face unless you get close. So beautiful. It is simply the most beautiful spider in the world. Like, is this okay, Teacher Wen? The internet elderly man looked at the spider in the video, then looked at the small jumping spider in his house that was completely still. It doesn't seem to be reacting. Wen Youning's furrowed brow slowly relaxed after hearing the little jumping spider's thoughts, but when she spoke, her words couldn't hide her amusement. It's looking at the jumping spider in the video. The internet elderly man. Oh no. Is that right? I really wish I could shoot you out like a rubber band and embed you in a spider web where you can't get out. The internet old man grinds his teeth. Haha, that's it. The master has fallen into a trance. Let's go home, little jumping spider, shall we? That's a good thing. If you like it, you'll pay more attention to it. Wen Youning comforted, saying, if you study carefully, you'll learn faster. Maybe the next time the spider silk accumulates and you weave a web, you'll know to leave an opening for yourself. The silence of the old man from the internet was deafening. Is that true, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning nodded vigorously. Hum. If you can't learn, come to me. I'll first watch the tutorial, learn it, and then teach you. All right, Teacher Wen, I trust you. The old man on the internet slapped his thigh. Make sure to watch and learn well. The little jumping spider, immersed in tutorials. Is something wrong with you? Wen Youning put her phone aside, resting her head on the white lion and looking at the sky. Before I knew it, the sky is almost bright. From the clouds blocking to the stars coming out, it doesn't seem to have been that long, and there is already light rising at the horizon. Wen Youning raised her hand and adjusted the angle of the live broadcast equipment. Look, the sunrise. The sunlight is probing, and the fiery red sun slowly rises behind. The sunrise on the grassland is different from what you see on the mountains or by the sea, but the warm sunlight shines down on the earth, and the dazzling warmth allows one to relax both physically and mentally. Lancelot closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied. The sun has not fully risen yet. Wen Youning put the little white lion back into the pile of cubs, yawned, and said, I should go back now. I'll come again after a nap. Although I didn't stay up all night, it wasn't far off by a few hours. Hugh, Lancelot opened his eyes, got up, and shook his fur. No need to see me off, you go to sleep. I can go back by myself. Wen Youning picked up the tattered backpack and carried the small fan in her hand. That hole in the backpack, whatever you put in will leak out. Wen Youning stood up and straightened out the wrinkles in her clothes. Let's go, see you in a bit. The white lion responded and got up to follow. Go. Hello baby, you're so clingy, Teacher Wen. Really, can't we take it out of the protected area, sleep on the bed? Although, can a wild white lion get on the bed? The white lion in the wild hasn't turned into a yellow lion. Can't you see how clean Lancelot is? Exactly. There's a video in the official account of Lancelot taking a bath, with a crocodile watching with its eyes wide open, haha. Crocodile, is this your home? I was busy all night. Wen Youning returned in the early morning, and many tourists had already prepared to come down, aiming to enter the reserve before the first wave of daytime visitors. She went back against the crowd. The live streaming equipment hasn't run out of power after one night. Compared to the forest reserve, the grassland has the advantage that during the day there is almost no obstruction, so streaming while charging during the day allows it to conserve power, keeping enough for the night. The curtains are completely opaque and well sealed. When the lights are turned off, the whole room is not much different from nighttime. Wen Youning placed the live broadcast equipment she had just used on the table, took a quick shower, and then lay on the bed to sleep. The phone with the alarm set was still in her hand. Wen Youning lay on her side with half of her face buried in the pillow. After the hard work, there was a counterattack of fatigue, almost skipping the long process of falling asleep and directly entering deep sleep. Wen Youning slept until noon. The stomach, which has not eaten anything all morning, began to protest. Wen Youning frowned, picked up her phone to check the time, then flipped the phone back, burying her head into the pillow and rubbing it. After napping for a little while longer, she finally sat up and tore a piece of the small bread on the bedside to fill her stomach. By Minghui, Teacher Wen, the test results are out and there are several items with issues. They need an internal consultation among the doctors and it can't be disclosed externally. Do you have time to come over here? Wen Youning placed an order for hotel lunch on her phone and switched back to the chat window to type. Address. By Minghui, no need, Teacher Wen, you are at the hotel now, right? I will come over to pick you up in a moment. Wen Youning sent a OK sticker. The first thing to do after leaving the chat is to turn off the alarm clock that was set before going to bed. She sat at the table, wiped the live streaming equipment and started the live stream. The hotel lunch mainly consists of Western cuisine, which is cooked relatively quickly. Not long after Wen Youning placed the order, lunch was already delivered by the robot. Hello, your order has arrived. Please open the door. A mechanical electronic voice beeped twice at the door. Wen Youning opened the door and the cylindrical robot's display screen flashed twice, showing please enter the pickup code. After inputting, the front cover pops open. Wen Youning rubbed her sleepy eyes and took out the dining tray. The door closed, but the sound of machines outside could still be heard. "Hello, please make way. I need to deliver food." "Hello, please make way." Wen Youning had just placed the dining tray on the table, and the robot outside had repeated itself several times. It seemed like it hadn't left yet. She turned back and opened the door to take a look. The delivery robot was still there, seemingly without moving an inch. Wen Youning squinted her eyes, watching the robot that couldn't turn, reached out, picked it up, and turned it towards the hallway. The robot that kept beeping stopped. "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Wow, this little AI is really impressive." "Hahaha, even the robots in high-end hotels are like this." The last time I stayed in a hotel, I encountered a robot delivering food. It rolled over my foot and I couldn't pull back. The robot even said I was blocking the way and threatened to call the police if I didn't move. That was very bad. My current schedule is completely aligned with Teacher Wen's. I sleep when Teacher Wen sleeps and I open my eyes when Teacher Wen wakes up. I won't miss anything. Wen Youning cut a piece of steak and said, "Take care of your health. Sleep is very important. If you miss the live broadcast, you can watch the replay." I have something to do in a moment, so I might not be able to go see the White Lion until the afternoon. Wen Youning has never been to the hospital in the reserve and does not know the specific situation there. However, if the blood test results are withheld, it indicates that the issues found should be significant. Wen Youning poured a little black pepper sauce, and the steak was not very much. Cooking steak requires attention to its doneness. She doesn't like it very rare. It has to be at least medium rare. After finishing a steak, I picked through the assorted side dishes and pasta. Wen Youning took a sip of lemonade and said, "Next time we should order Chinese food. Mainly, Western cuisine is more time efficient. In hotels of this level, Chinese cuisine won't use convenience packs and the service will be slower." Wen Youning cleaned up the trash on the table. The tattered backpack was completely punctured and couldn't be saved with stitches. She also placed it at the door, waiting for the hotel cleaning staff to collect it together. Just as she returned to the room, she saw a message flashing on her phone. "By Minghui, Teacher Wen, I have arrived. Are you ready?" Wen Youning, I'll be down. She took down the half-finished lemon water and went downstairs. Bai Minghui's car was parked right at the main entrance, visible as soon as she walked out of the hotel. Wen Youning sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Have they told you what problems were found in the blood test?" Bai Minghui shook his head. "When I went to get the results, they told me they couldn't give them to me for now. After they knew I was getting them for you, they said you had to come in person." Wen Youning, "Is it the blood from that yellow lion?" "There really is a problem. That yellow lion looks quite strong." "Could it be bovine tuberculosis? If so, it could really be a death sentence." "It resembles it a bit, but also not quite." Wen Youning pulled on the seatbelt. "We need to analyze the specific situation. We'll find out when we get there." The whole protected area is very large. The hospital in the protected area extends from a piece of land on the outskirts. With the development of tourism, more and more local shops and hotels have emerged around it, almost forming a commercial district similar to those in cities. Many tourists come here to purchase merchandise, all related to lions, like phone case, keychains, and the like. The overall hygiene is quite good. The floor is tidy and clean, and there are no makeshift stalls everywhere. Bai Minghui parked the car in a roadside parking space. "Let's go, Teacher Wen. The hematology department is upstairs. We need to go to the 7th floor." "Okay." Wen Youning looked up at the roaring lion logo on the sign at the entrance. "Is this a hospital specifically for lions?" "Yes, other animals are not accepted. Not even the hyenas in the reserve that need rescue. They have to go to other facilities. Previously, a celebrity wanted to borrow one but was not allowed, fearing cross-infection. Bai Minghui swiped his card to enter. Although it is a hospital within the reserve, this animal hospital is quite well known in the lion community. Many families who raise lions with problems will specifically bring them here for examination. Bai Minghui said, there are also those who come in private jets. After all, this hospital specializes in the field. Those who have the means to raise lions are also not lacking a private jet. All right, you're not allowed to speak anymore. Did I ask you? You're so chatty. Did I say I was curious? There are so many rich people. Why can't there be one more like me? When can we raise lions in China? Sob sob. The hospital in the protected area has a total of 8 floors. The elevator didn't flicker while live streaming. The network is good. Bai Minghui went out to lead the way and said, this way. Bang! Bai Minghui pushed the door open, and suddenly a sound startled him, causing his hand to pause. He instinctively looked at the glass door, almost thinking he had blown the door open. He hesitated and said, Dr. Andrew, is it inconvenient to come in now? Dr. Andrew was caught up and couldn't get away. The nurse hurried over and said, sorry, please wait a moment. Dr. Andrew has encountered some problems. Please sit tight for a while. Would you like some water? I'll get you a cup. Okay, thank you. Bai Minghui glanced at the center of the whirlpool. Hey, it seems like the one from this morning. Wen Youning, what? Bai Minghui took the water the nurse handed him and passed it to Wen Youning, saying, I encountered him this morning while I was here to get the results. He brought a little lion for a checkup. I ran into him on the way upstairs, and the little lion even showed its teeth at me. What's going on? Bai Minghui poked his head in. Is that little lion with its eyes closed? Dr. Andrew and the little lion's owner were communicating in a foreign language at a rapid pace, and Bai Minghui was having a bit of trouble keeping up. What are they chattering about? Wen Youning translated. The little lion's owner said that Dr. Andrew arranged for a nurse to draw blood, and after the blood was drawn, the little lion became unresponsive, frozen in his arms, and hasn't woken up since. He suspects that Dr. Andrew secretly injected the little lion with some illegal drug while he wasn't paying attention. Dr. Andrew said, it was just a blood draw and such problems shouldn't occur, and it is recommended to conduct a more detailed examination. The little lion's owner said again, keep checking, keep drawing blood. The hospital must be doing illegal activities with the lion's blood. He wants to expose this unscrupulous hospital. Oh, Bai Minghui nodded. The discussion was so intense. No wonder the owner was so angry he turned red in the face and neck, then suddenly exclaimed, huh. That's not right. I seem to be the tour guide, huh? Shouldn't it be me translating? I think Teacher Wen is the person in this world who knows the most foreign languages. Of course, apart from Teacher Wen, who else can understand the hearts of small animals? So what's wrong with the little lion? Did they draw so much blood that it made her dizzy? Could it be that the little lion has a rare blood type, similar to how some people have panda blood? Bai Minghui was also curious. Logically, a regular hospital under the protection zone shouldn't have such problems. Teacher Wen, can you tell what's going on with that little lion? Bai Minghui had no experience in this area, but it was the first time he had seen blood drawn turn out like this. Could it be that they are fainting at the sight of blood? As soon as he finished speaking, the owner who had been arguing with Dr. Andrew turned around and shot him a glare. Bai Minghui choked a little. The blond man said deliberately, I can't hear what you are saying. Bai Minghui. Oh ho. It is easy to tell that the other party is not from the same country just by their appearance and the language they speak. Bai Minghui spoke in Chinese and did not deliberately lower his voice. I didn't expect that he is another polyglot warrior. The last sentence sounded very articulate. At the very least, normal communication should not be a problem, even if he is not proficient in Chinese. Lions are color blind. Their vision is almost entirely black and white with very low saturation. They can't see red, so what are they fainting from? Fainting from black and white. That lion keeps its eyes open all day long, and they're just black and white. Moreover, my Lotiana can eat fresh meat and lick blood without fainting, so how could she faint just from drawing blood? The blond man pointed at Dr. Andrew and said, "There's definitely something wrong with him." Dr. Andrew looked somewhat elderly, pushing up his reading glasses, and he replied in fluent Chinese. Rather than explaining to the blond man, it was more of a self-defense for Wen Youning and Bai Ming Hui. After all, those who could come here were either wealthy or noble. Dr. Andrew didn't want to offend anyone or leave his patients with the impression of being an unreliable quack. "You can first hand Lotiana over to me. After the examination, the reason for her sudden fainting will naturally be backed by data." "I don't believe you," the man with blonde hair shouted a few words loudly, feeling upset, and then switched to his native language to curse. Wow, doesn't he even take a breath? He's a good candidate for diving. While using Chinese for popular science while cursing in English, his brain actually works that fast. "I'm sorry," Wen Youning patted Bai Minghui's shoulder and asked, "I'm also an animal doctor. Can I take a look at your little lion?" Wen Youning said, "No matter the reason, I think the most important thing now is treatment. Some emergencies can't be delayed. Even if you win the argument later, you won't be able to save Luatina, right?" The blond man discreetly glanced at Wen Youning, then turned and glared at Dr. Andrew. "I can't leave Luatina in your hands, but you can come and take a look." He also daren't casually hand the little lion over to a stranger. Especially not to the little lion who is in a coma. But now, Lotiana really needs a doctor, and the person he called hasn't arrived yet. He can't let Lotiana stay like this for too long. "Okay," Wen Youning walked over and thought for a moment. "Could you please give me a pair of gloves?" Dr. Andrew opened the drawer and while handing over the gloves couldn't help but defend himself, saying, "Our test results show that Lotiana has no underlying diseases. The sudden fainting must have other reasons." Does he not know how much blood to draw for the test? Wen Youning nodded, put on the gloves, and pinched the little lion's paw to examine it. "This situation has never occurred before, right?" The blond man said, "Yeah, this is the first time." Wen Youning asked again, "Have you had a physical examination before?" "No, I just got it," said the blond man, feeling down. "I just picked a name not long ago. If I had known I would encounter this kind of situation, I would have rather not done the physical examination and stayed at home without any issues." Wen Youning pinched it a couple of times, and the little lion slowly woke up. It opened its watery eyes, half squinting and looking around in confusion. "Huh? Where is this? What happened to the lion?" The little lion, just waking up, was still fuzzy and seemed not to know what had happened. "It sounds a bit like amnesia." "You don't remember," Wen Youning said with a smile, her fingertip resting on the little lion's chest. "You came over here to draw blood, and after drawing blood, you fainted." "Ow!" The little lion's eyes suddenly widened. "Drawing blood, ow, ow, ow. So sharp, so scary." The little lion is all fluffed up and trembling, when Yaoking's fingers pressed against it, and one can clearly feel the little lion shaking in fear. The blond man felt something was wrong, hurriedly raised his arm to hold the little lion tighter, while separating it from Wen Youning. "Hey, what did you do to Lotiana?" Lotiana was so scared that she was shaking. "Wen Youning, don't worry, it's fine." The blond man noticed that the little lion was getting worse with treatment. "Nothing serious. You guys are indeed in cahoots. If Lotiana gets killed by you quacks, I will definitely sue you. It's just scared, it's only fainting from the needles. Even fainting is caused by you. I absolutely..." The blond man's fierce roar abruptly stopped, as if the folds of his cerebral cortex were smoothed out in an instant. "Fainting. Needle dizziness. Needle dizziness. Do lions also experience needle dizziness? Can any sisters who have been lions share their experience?" I haven't been a lion, but I also feel dizzy with needles. It's a terrifying feeling. It feels like my whole body is being vacuumed. Do lions have this condition? Yes, fainted from the needle. When Youning took off her gloves and threw them into the trash can, I fainted when they drew blood. It felt soft and not stiff. There's no need for too much interference. I'll wake up on my own after a while. The examination needs to be done with machines, relying on data, Dr. Andrew said, confused as he stepped forward. Why? Why did it have to be from the needle? How do we know it's from the needle? Just wearing gloves and casually touching for a bit, can you really speak without evidence? No, that is not correct. The non-isothermal pomelo and lemon opened its mouth, and Dr. Andrew said firmly, "We need to do tests. We need to see the data." He said firmly, "You hand Latina over to me, and if any problems arise, I will take responsibility." The blond man clearly no longer trusted him, but similarly, he did not fully believe what Wen Youning said either. It seemed neither side is very reliable. In terms of the issue, this unfamiliar lady seems even more unreasonable. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you interpret the data for faint needle syndrome?" With the current level of medical technology, no machine can definitively diagnose faint needle syndrome. Even if it is really faint needle syndrome, it must go through testing. You haven't done anything, so you can't draw conclusions, Dr. Andrew said as he returned to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out a sealed syringe. He walked while tearing it open and said, "You see if it is really reacting to the injection." Saying this, Dr. Andrew placed the syringe in front of the little lion. The little lion remained quiet and showed no reaction. "Oh, look, it doesn't have anything." Dr. Andrew hesitated and said, "Is it fainted?" Wen Youning nodded, "Yeah." Not even managing to let out an "ah," they instantly fell asleep. The blond man, "Ah, Latina. Wen Youning. The master helped to it out." The blond man was yelling too loudly. Fortunately, there weren't many people on this floor, otherwise it would definitely cause a panic. "Calm down." Wen Youning reached out to pinch again, and Luatina woke up once more. So scary. Roth and his claws were trembling in front of her. The blond man furrowed his brows with worry. How do you treat fainting from anesthesia? People can overcome anesthesia, right? Wen Youning placed her palm on the little lion's head and rubbed it gently. Fainting from anesthesia primarily manifests clinically through strong external stimuli and excessive mental tension, leading to blood vessel dilation through vagus nerve reflex, reduced peripheral vascular resistance, decreased return blood volume, and lowered cardiac output, which can then cause fainting. For treatment, it needs to be case-specific. For someone like Luatina, who is clearly experiencing vasovagal syncope due to environmental stress, the unfamiliar and oppressive environment has made her fearful of the needle process. The best approach is desensitization therapy. Wen Youning said, "But it is a small lion, and there is no need to emphasize targeted treatment in a short period of time. Take it slow and let it adapt gradually so it no longer feels fearful." The little lion has had little exposure to needles, so there is no need to make a big deal out of a small issue. If there is fear of needles, then just avoid the contact altogether. The lion needs to be anesthetized for treatment, and there's no need to worry about fainting from the needle afterward. The blond man was taken aback and said, "Is that allowed?" Dr. Andrew, holding the syringe, was still a bit taken aback. How could this be? He walked a few steps in confusion and raised the syringe. The licking-clawed Latina suddenly stopped moving. "Oh, this is real," Dr. Andrew said. "It really fainted from the needle." "What are you doing?" The blond man was still thinking there when, in the blink of an eye, Latina fainted again. He once again turned his pleading gaze towards Wen Youning. "Doctor." "No, are you all teaming up to torture Latina? This is dizzying and then waking up. The needle is the power button, and Teacher Wen helped press it to turn it on. What if Teacher Wen uses the needle to prick the acupoint to wake the little lion? No, are you the living llama? Little lion, this is the most desperate way to die. Wen Youning helplessly said, let it sleep for a bit, shall we? With this little bit, even a strong spirit can't take it. It'll be a nervous breakdown if this continues. The blond man kept glaring at Dr. Andrew in anger. He might have gone physical if it weren't for the fact that the other was an elderly man. Dr. Andrew was still puzzled. How did you know? Needle phobia is not a serious illness. He has been a doctor for so many years and has seen it before. But the problem is, this is not an illness that can be diagnosed just by touching and feeling. Moreover, at that time the little girl spoke so confidently. He doesn't dare to say that. Dr. Andrew stared intently at Wen Youning. May I ask you a question? Wen Youning thought for a moment. I can hear it thinking that it's afraid of the needle. Dr. Andrew. He retracted his chin and thought to himself. You all emphasize unique secret skills, not speaking about it, yet you are secretly thinking about it. What Dr. Andrew was thinking was too obvious. His expression could completely convey his thoughts. Wen Youning took off her gloves, but the problem is, she was speaking the truth. Not hiding anything at all. Haha, Teacher Wen is suffering inside. You can only learn Teacher Wen's methods, not the core. Honestly, if Teacher Wen ever posts a tutorial video, I will definitely study hard. Who wouldn't want to know what their little pet is thinking, hee hee. The blond man held a small lion and said, so, is the physical examination going to continue? Are there any shots coming up next? Dr. Andrew shook his head and said, no, you will just be observing the examination from the side for the rest of it. All right. The blond man took out his phone and started typing while walking out, but just as he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly stopped and said, Hi, beautiful lady, may I get your contact information? Without any examination, he was able to make a diagnosis. He believes that this young lady has excellent medical skills. Wen Youning said, sure. She paused with her phone in hand and said, our chat apps may not be compatible. No problem, I have a local SIM card and accounts for the chat apps. The blond man skillfully pulled up the QR code to add friends. My name is Angelo Halstead. You can call me Angelo. Wen Youning added a note for him. Angelo turned around holding the small lion. Okay, Miss Wen, goodbye. The small lion in his arms slowly woke up. Dr. Andrew took a cup of water. What do you need from me? Bai Minghui said, I'm the one who made the appointment for the blood test. The front desk said they can't give me the report for the time being and asked me to come find you. Is it you? Dr. Andrew's pupils dilated. I heard that the blood sample comes from lions in the reserve. Wen Youning nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Dr. Andrew glanced outside. Please help me close the door. In your words, this is a serious matter. We need to talk privately. What? Why all of a sudden are they coming at us? The barrage hasn't finished scrolling and the screen went black. Barrage. Damn. Wen Youning sat across the desk, and Bai Minghui nervously grasped the armrest of his chair. What exactly is the problem? Why are you being so serious? Didn't it just involve a blood test? You are the doctor, take a look. Dr. Andrew pushed the paper report to Wen Youning. Many of the values don't seem to be what a normal lion should have. Drug effects. Wen Youning turned the page and said lightly, have you discussed it? Internally, I suspect someone poisoned them. Slow-acting poison. It is said that someone was involved. It seems that aside from the locals, no tourist would be able to poison under the watchful eyes of surveillance and the crowd. Only locals can roam in places without tourists and without surveillance. There have been news reports of locals poisoning before, but at that time the poison was highly toxic, killing a pride of lions and several hyenas. The large-scale deaths were too obvious, and they were discovered at that time, leading to the capture of the culprit after tracing the clues. The inspection results were quite similar to what Wen Youning suspected. I could tell something was wrong with that lion's eyes, and although its limbs looked strong and robust, it was surprisingly fragile, even showing some unsteadiness in its steps. After a while, it will probably show symptoms similar to bovine tuberculosis, gradually weakening and dying. Wen Youning tapped her fingers on the table. Do you have any records of lions that have died from the disease? Dr. Andrew, yes, but besides providing assistance to injured animals, the Bovine Tuberculosis Hospital does not offer treatment. Human intervention in lion fights only provides assistance to injured lions after the fights. The current issue is distinguishing between true bovine tuberculosis and those that have eaten toxic meat. Wen Youning shrugged her shoulders. First, we need to strengthen patrols and check which areas have reported toxic meat. Then we must figure out how many lions have obvious black spots in their eyes. Chronic poisoning can be intervened in time. There is still hope for the poisoned lions. By Minghui. Is this something I can listen to? No, Teacher Wen, you are just taking on the title of a staff member to contact the white lion. How did you really get to work? Dr. Andrew gradually fell silent. This is a bit serious, I need to report it. Bai Minghui said, how about I just go directly to Sister Esther, Esther Flaxman, the person in charge you talked to yesterday? That works. Dr. Andrew naturally knew the name of the person in charge. If there's any problem, I will fully cooperate. After reading it, Wen Youning closed the folder. I am responsible for the lion I am examining, and if I encounter any irritable lions during the process, you can also come to me for help. It's best not to go straight to anesthesia. Treatment is not just a single injection. Each time an injection is given, it must first be preceded by anesthesia. No matter how big the lion's physique is, it can't bear it. Dr. Andrew had a serious expression and nodded heavily. Wen Youning pushed the folder back. I don't have permission. I've mentioned some medicine. Could you help me with a prescription? Okay, Dr. Andrew did not refuse. Turn on the computer and write down the medicine names and dosages as Wen Youning instructed. Finally, I printed out a list. Wen Youning checked to make sure there were no omissions. Okay, thank you, let's go. Bai Minghui was typing with the person in charge, who could not take calls because they were in a meeting about last night's lion hunting incident. Hearing this without raising his head, he got up and continued to type quickly on the keyboard. All right, let's go. The medicine taken from downstairs. In principle, medical devices are not allowed to be taken out of hospitals, but this hospital is part of a protection zone, and Wen Youning is also a staff member of the protection zone, making it very convenient to take things internally. The list given by Dr. Andrew is complete. The internal bills can be settled without using a card. Some medications have temperature storage requirements. When Wen Youning got it, it was a small medical box that could intelligently adjust the temperature. A bag containing 3 types of medical devices is tied on top. Bai Minghui leaned against the wall, his fingers nearly sparking from typing on the keyboard. He finally sent the information thoroughly and immediately following Wen Youning's footsteps said, Teacher Wen, I've finished everything on my end. Esther said to immediately conduct a comprehensive investigation of all lions and let me know once the results are consolidated. Bai Minghui asked, so should we wait at the hotel first? Let's go back and get some things and then head to the reserve. Wen Youning patted the medical kit. The medicine inside won't last too long. Bai Minghui said, all right, then I'll take you inside first. Come on, get in the car, we're off. Work hard, work hard. Has it started broadcasting? The screen seemed to flicker just now. It's on. It's been almost an hour. What could be so important that it takes an hour to say? I went back to grab some things. When Youning rested her chin on the new backpack, now let's head into the protection zone to find the white lion. Look at my new bag. She tapped it with her fingertips. It's very sturdy. It may not be bulletproof, but it can definitely handle a spear. At most, there can just be a hole left on it. Penetrating is impossible. Is it here so soon? What brand is it? It looks really cool. It looks pretty good. The invoice is in your email. Okay. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes, as the Lin Group also deals in high-end luxury goods, and the quality of custom items is indeed good, with prices that are quite beautiful. Anyway, it's a scam for those people, but this bag is indeed worth that price. With various expensive materials added, it's basically a backpack built from piles of money. As the car drove to the entrance, Bai Minghui stopped the car and said from the driver's seat, "We've arrived, Teacher Wen. The car is yours, contact me by phone." Going further inside, he didn't dare to walk out by himself, fearing that a lion might suddenly pounce from behind while he was walking. The place where the yellow lion is a bit far away, and walking there, I don't even know if the yellow lion is still in the same spot. Driving to find the lion would be more convenient. Bai Minghui specifically changed to a smaller car at the hotel, which can be distinguished from ordinary tourist buses and is also simple to drive. You've worked hard. When Youning sat in the driver's seat, her hand on the steering wheel, the driving license was definitely not for nothing. Can I go see the lions in Teacher Wen's car now? Does that mean I can touch the white lion? Take me along. There are so many seats in the car, surely one of them is for me. You all take the car, and when it's full, I run below with the white lion. Does the white lion run while riding you? That might not be very fast. First, let's get down to business. Wen Youning drove away from the tourist group to find the white lion. The small vehicle drives lightly. It's just a scaled-down version of a tour bus, leaving only slight marks on the grass, which can recover quickly without damaging the environment. Although it's called a small vehicle, it resembles a modified off-road vehicle more, offering a spacious and comfortable driver's seat compared to a sedan. With the convertible top retracted, it's perfect for cruising around, as long as the speed isn't too fast. It can be considered an employee benefit, driving tourists in circles all day long. How many drivers can sit comfortably in such uncomfortable seats? Wen Youning leisurely drove the small vehicle, having placed the medical kit in the back seat in advance. Most of the vehicle's space was left for the front row, compressing the back row space to just one slot, perfectly fitting the box in, making it convenient to retrieve later. The white lion noticed a car entering its territory rather than circling around the periphery. It trotted over, looking ready to fight. "What? Lancelot?" Wen Youning sat in the car, leaning halfway out of the window, waving and calling, "Come here." The low growl of the white lion's warning had not yet faded when it recognized that Wen Youning was in the car, and it sped over, pouncing on the driver's seat. Roar. The lion pounced with considerable force, making the small vehicle shake a bit. Fortunately, Wen Youning was already psychologically prepared, but upon noticing this, the tourists sitting in the vehicle erupted in exclamations. "The lion is eating a person." Someone come quickly. The lion is pouncing on the vehicle. Oh no, is the person inside still alive? Voices from various languages are shouting, overlapping in chaos, creating a sense of an international market. Just as everyone was shouting, "Save them," a hand stretched out from the window blocked by the white lion, gently ruffling the lion's fur. Wen Youning smiled with her eyes and said, "I'll drive you out for a joyride." She retreated into the driver's cabin and turned to open the door for the passenger seat. "Get in." The white lion circled to the other side and effortlessly jumped up. It stepped onto the passenger seat and squatted down, turning back to paw at the car door. Unable to hook it open, it bit onto the window frame, and with a click, as the white lion stepped back, the car door closed. Lancelot had seen it. Those large metal boxes were all closed like this. Wen Youning chuckled lightly. "All right, sit tight, we're about to set off." "What? MHM?" The vehicle started slowly, and Wen Youning turned her head to look at the white lion a few times. What? What are you doing? Not letting you see. Haha, I can't wait to see it. I must see the beautiful white lion. Wen Youning smiled as she leaned over to buckle the seatbelt for the white lion. Clack went the sound. Wen Youning returned to the driver's seat, admiring her masterpiece, perfect. Wen Youning had turned off the engine before the white lion lunged at the car, and now she turned the key to start it again and manually engaged the gears. Watching the car not being knocked over by the white lion, and no staff members went up to rescue. The attacked car, on the contrary, actively opened its convertible, and this series of actions seemed more like making it easier for the white lion to get on. The panicked shouting diminished significantly, and the lowered tone sounded more like incredulous murmuring. No one knows who suddenly said in confusion, "The lion didn't eat a person, the person got the lion onto the car." The suddenly heightened tone was enough to express the tourist's shock upon seeing this scene. "Oh, it's true." "What?" Accompanied by incredulous exclamations, the sound of camera shutters clicked one after another. "Hey, Lancelot," someone shouted from the tourist bus. The white lion sat in the vehicle, facing forward and with its back to the sightseeing bus. Upon hearing this, its ears twitched. "Come, Lancelot." A big brother sitting close to the adjacent seat made a motion as if he was about to get off the bus. The driver in front and the guide on the bus hurriedly stopped him. The repeated "no, no, no" couldn't deter the big brother's desire to jump out of the bus and get up close with the white lion. The tour guide held the man tightly and kept speaking to him in a foreign language, saying, "Lions can injure, kill, and eat people. You cannot approach them closely. Wild lions are fiercely untamed, and not allowing you to have contact is for your own good." It's not the first time the tour guide has encountered tourists eager to get close to lions. Since starting the job, they've lost count of how many times they've had to intervene. The advice they need to give is already second nature to them. The tourist immediately started speaking a string of English. Perhaps thinking the tour guide didn't understand, he took out a translator and handed over the translation from English to Chinese. "I can drive too. I can also be Lancelot's driver." Tour guide: "It seems you were born with one less piece of brain. Lancelot probably doesn't want you to be the driver. Who gets to sit next to Lancelot is Lancelot's choice, not yours," the tour guide said, scoffing and giving him a once-over. In other words, can a person have a little self-awareness? After the tour guide pressed the person down, he felt the struggle beneath him weaken. Finally, he took a picture of a document and said, "If you insist on going down, sign this liability waiver. Any consequences are your own responsibility. Even if you're eaten by a lion, you won't receive any compensation." When it came to the waiver, the man became somewhat alert. He raised the conversation to his mouth, spoke, and after translation, handed it to the tour guide. A voice came from the phone translator. "If something really happens to me, won't your staff take care of me?" "Of course we can." The tour guide remained composed and loosened his grip when he saw the man begin to think. As long as he doesn't act on impulse and charges forward, after hesitating and thinking things through, he will calm down on his own. The tour guide tapped the driver's seat and said, "Go." The driver gestured, and the tour bus slowly started to move. Haha, the tour guide is speechless. "Guide, I want to join in on all the excitement. Not sure if it will work out, but I really love it. It's just a white lion, really not that impressive. Everyone is a bit overly fearful. Let me go in and spar with the white lion. It's a 1 in 9 chance, and in an instant I'll be reborn. It would take 9 bites for it to finish me off." "Hey, don't say that. Your mouth definitely wouldn't fit. It's too hard." I didn't realize before, but while watching from the car, I found the white lion's back of the head to be so round and cute. The white lion's chin rested on the edge of the windshield, with half of its head outside of the sightseeing bus's open roof. It looked around and could clearly see its territory. Wen Youning wanted to help adjust the back of the seat for it, but seeing the white lion leaning forward, she gave up on it since moving the backrest further back might cause the seatbelt to squeeze it. Hold steady, we're ready to set off. Both car windows are open, making it convenient for tourists to watch the lions, and the default is to retract them. Wen Youning drove towards the white lion territory, where a lioness lay by a tree, surrounded by playful cubs who were all awake now. This is the time when the cubs are active, and several pairs of curious eyes are looking this way. Wen Youning glanced at the car that barely fit herself and 2/3 of a white lion. 1/3 was still outside the open roof. There's not enough room for the mother lion, and if we bring in the cubs, they can only lie on her legs. It's quite cramped to have them accompanied by the medical kit behind her. Next time, I'll take you all to play, Wen Youning shouted. She turned around to ask Bai Minghui if there were any larger alternatives of the same type in the reserve. Sighing. There are too many lions. We can't fit them all in the car, it's a worry. Wen Youning, by the way, I need to put down the fan first. It's just starting to get hot in the country, but here, Wen Youning has to keep the air conditioning on to avoid sweating. It might also have to do with the car being a convertible with the windows open, which can't keep the cold air inside. I like it. You like it. Wen Youning leisurely turned the steering wheel and stopped. If you like it, I'll take you out for a drive often. When Wen Youning put it down and turned on the fan, the little white lion that was grabbed by her yesterday ran away as soon as it saw her, its little head twisting to burrow under its mother's belly. She gave a slight curl to her lips and poked its tail. Awa, the little white lion turned its head angrily and raised its paw threateningly. Wen Youning poked its paw pads. Ooh, the little white lion retracted its claws and curled up into a ball. Wen Youning set the fan in place and turned to the tour bus block behind, saying, "When the daytime and nighttime tourists switch, I'll take you to the tourist line, where we can go faster." The tourist line often has vehicles. The grass has been trampled into mud and you can't see any grass. Driving fast also won't damage the grass. It's all gone. Driving a tourist bus doesn't cause a problem. This reserve is nice. The Lion King has a driver for patrolling the territory. Where's the villa? Where is the big villa? Just because all the stars are lions, we get to live under that little broken tree. For a king, a bodyguard is needed. I think I can handle it. Go away. The Lion King originally only needed to guard against outsiders, but with you here, I have to watch out for you too. Once the car starts driving, the wind will naturally come. The speed is not fast, but driving gives a bit of a refreshing breeze on the face, paired with the car's air conditioning. It dispels some of the annoying heat. Wen Youning is in a good mood and hums a little tune. The white lion tilted its ears and rubbed its chin against the edge of the windshield while looking back. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and asked, "Does it sound good?" "What?" "Average." "Good, continue." Wen Youning slowly raised one eyebrow and teased the white lion. "Average, huh? HMPH, then forget it. Average is fine." "Owl." "Sounds good." "Sounds good." Wen Youning freed her hand to pet the white lion. "I won't sing even if it sounds good." "Roar." The white lion turned to pounce on her. The seatbelt that was almost pulled to the limit protested sharply. "Ha ha, is this song just this long? There's nothing more after this." Wen Youning comforted Shun Mao. "Let me hum another one for you." Wen Youning hesitated for a moment with her fingertip hovering over the control screen. Each vehicle's buttons were a bit different. The sightseeing bus wasn't as advanced as a regular car, nor did it have a large screen to adjust the music, relying entirely on buttons. "I can't bring up any background music." Wen Youning simply hummed by herself, nodding along to the little tune she was humming. "Lancelot, when you listen to this song, you should do it like me, following the rhythm." The white lion glanced at her and said, "Hugh. Immature." Sigh. The white lion disdainfully nodded, unsure if it had kept up with the rhythm, nodding randomly. Haha, Wen Youning smiled more brightly. Hey, white lion, are you spoiling teacher Wen like this? The rhythm is excellent. You have great talent in dancing. Have you considered starting a live teaching session? Ah, every frame of the video looks so good that I can't even pick out the best screenshot. There's only better, never the best. A gentle breeze blows and the white lion squints its eyes. The grassland is uneven, causing the car to sway as it drives over. Wen Youning was always attentive to the road, afraid that some small animal buried in the ground would suddenly pop its head out. The car has blind spots, so one must observe that section of the road in advance. Where did the lion go? Wen Youning arrived at the place where the program crew had surrounded the area yesterday, and everything on the ground had already been tidied up, with only shallow imprints left where the dining table was set up. Wen Youning looked around and saw the lion sleeping behind the tree, its mane seemingly wrapped around the trunk like a fluffy layer. Ah, over there. Hearing the sound of the car, the drowsy yellow lion behind the tree tilted its head, resting on the empty meat basin, and let out a yawn. Who is it? The voice sounds a bit familiar. Hi, did you sleep well last night? Wen Youning parked the car, turned around to grab the medical kit and backpack, and went around to the other side to open the door for Lancelot. The yellow lion became slightly alert when it saw Lancelot, out of a wariness toward its kind. It pushed forward with its paw and said, "Here's a bowl for you." I didn't come to ask for a bowl. Wen Youning first put down the medical kit and took out the meat that she had bought in advance from the reserve, pouring it along with the blood inside into the bowl. Not only did it not take the bowl away, but it also filled it up. This bowl of meat is a bit less than yesterday, but the lion just ate its fill yesterday, and this meat is enough. Wen Youning pushed the bowl towards the yellow lion. Come and give it a try, new product. The yellow lion's small eyes were darting around, looking very confused. Feeding lion meat for no reason must have some problem. What do cunning humans want to do? Could it be that they want to win over the lion? The lion has dignity. Ow, delicious. Cool and refreshing, tasty. No matter what problem she has, what goes into the stomach is what's important. The yellow lion comforted himself, quickly cheered himself up, and became engrossed in eating. Did you eat? Wen Youning kept watching as the yellow lion swallowed the meat before saying, "Well, since you've eaten my meat, that means you agree to me giving you the transfusion." The yellow lion raised its head with a whoosh while holding the meat. Huh. What is that? Haha, finished. The big lion really has a soft spot for people. It's over now, right? It's been controlled. With the intelligence of this yellow lion, Teacher Wen, you're wasting your efforts trying to outsmart it. Just have Lancelot pin it down directly, and you can save a whole pot of meat. The yellow lion is just an animal. You are the one truly born to it. You're sick. The infusion will make you recuperate faster. When Youning took out a hair removal razor and caught a glimpse of Huangshi slowly getting up, Lancelot. With a thump, Huangshi lay back down. You dog. Hey, you even know about dogs. When Youning held Huangshi's paw, looking for a spot, opened the medical box, put on gloves. The infusion will take longer, but it's better than just taking medicine. The results will also be faster. Wen Youning added medicine to the meat as well, attacking from both sides. Find the right blood vessel. When Youning disinfects with a cotton swab, do you feel any discomfort? Oh. The claws are uncomfortable when held. This doesn't count. When Youning sat cross-legged and said, "What I'm talking about is before. You must have eaten some mysterious meat besides what you hunted. Unless it's a large-scale use of poison, the kind that causes contact poisoning, it will be directly thrown onto the ground. For this kind of chronic medicine, it can only be hidden in the meat, letting the lions take the initiative to eat it." Woof. No. Did you not eat? What? None of it was caught by himself. Wen Youning paused for a moment. Is the life of a stray lion really that comfortable? It sounds like he hasn't missed any meals and hasn't done any work. It's evident that the yellow lion truly hasn't skimped on food for himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be attracted by the smell of barbecue. Is Teacher Wen planning to do it directly? Isn't there a need to sedate it first so it can sleep? What if it suddenly bites you? Moreover, infusion takes much longer than drawing blood. The yellow lion might not be able to stay still. It's fine. Wen Youning hung the IV bag on a branch, then squatted down to grip the yellow lion's paw tightly. The anesthetic won't take effect as quickly as Lancelot's. By the time the injection anesthesia takes full effect, Huangshi will have lost consciousness long enough for her to join in 2 emergency calls. Before Huangshi bares its teeth, Lancelot can take the initiative to bite its head. Very safe. Very reliable. As the syringe fills with blood, Wen Youning loosens the tourniquet and adjusts the drip rate. All right, just 2 bottles, it's actually quite fast. Just 1 infusion, and afterwards, adjusting with medication will be fine. She said with some regret, actually, Chinese medicine is better, but there are no quality herbs here. After tidying up the remnants on the ground, Wen Youning sat down by the tree and patted the yellow lion. All this meat needs to be eaten too. The medicines inside are mixed in proportion. This is called professionalism. Although seeing a doctor is quite normal, is it right to sit next to a lion while it receives an IV? Wen Youning took a photo of the yellow lion. Let's keep a record. So that when we rescue it in the protected area, we won't have to give it the medication twice. Wen Youning took out a bag of meat from her backpack. The ribs, after being dried into jerky, had crispy edges and were chewy inside. She gave a whole piece to the white lion and took a small half for herself. To avoid the yellow lion from being unable to stay put and biting off her medical tape to pull out the needle herself, it was better to stay here and wait for it to finish the infusion. Buzz buzz. A message notification popped up on her phone. Wen Youning, holding the jerky, clicked on it and found that she had been added to a group chat. There are quite a few people in the group, and the history of the group messages is fixed on a screenshot of the live broadcast shared by Minghui. She is sitting next to the yellow lion, accompanying it for an infusion. A series of flooded the screen. Indeed, no matter which country a person is from, they can express confusion using the same punctuation mark. Dr. Andrew is also in the group. Esther, welcome Teacher Wen. At Animal Doctor Wen Youning, thank you for your hard work sending flowers. Wen Youning sent a hello everyone emoji. Esther, we have basically screened for lions with obvious abnormalities in their eyeballs, as well as carnivores in the same area that may be affected. Personnel are assigned to correspond 1 by 1 according to the area, and we plan to first feed the lightly ill meat with added medication, letting them eat freely to observe the effect. Those with severe symptoms will be anesthetized later. A more detailed plan is in the document. Wen Youning downloaded it and opened it to see that Esther had written very detailed instructions, basically covering all the problems that might arise. She sent a message, if you need help you can find me. After sending the message, she put down her phone. Wen Youning bit the jerky and couldn't pull it out, looking down to see that the white lion had come over at some point and was biting the other half of the jerky. The whole piece of jerky that was just given to the white lion was lying on the grass. There are bigger ones that don't eat, coming to snatch it from her. Wen Youning raised her hand as if to hammer the white lion's head. Lancelot. As soon as she opened her mouth, the jerky was gone in an instant. The white lion lay down on her leg, squinting his eyes, slowly chewing the jerky in his mouth, and lifted his eyelid. Delicious. Bad guy. Wen Youning's fist came down and her fingers automatically relaxed, shaking the white lion's head randomly. If there was water in the brain, shaking it like this would empty it. Woo, the white lion let her shake it, the corners of its mouth curling up as if it were smiling. No. HMPH. Wen Youning pinched its cheeks with both hands and quickly cupped her palms to pull its whiskers towards the center while it wasn't paying attention. Roar woo! The white lion opened its mouth to roar. Halfway through it closed its mouth and chewed. Haha, Wen Youning couldn't contain her joy. Don't be afraid, Lancelot. Even if you take her back, she won't be able to eat it. Exactly, teasing her with it in my mouth. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. I can grab it back to feed to the yellow lion. The yellow lion, leisurely eating meat and swaying its tail, slowly raised its head from the meat bowl, licked its bloody mouth and uttered, woo. The lion does not eat. You want to harm the lion. The yellow lion didn't even sway its tail, fearing that the white lion might suddenly bite it to vent its anger. This person is too bad. The stinky lion is also bad. The beautiful lion is the best, that's just me. The yellow lion happily praised itself, dragging the meat basin to the side. Be careful not to move your left paw. Wen Youning was worried that she couldn't tell left from right, so she specifically pointed it out. What? The lion knew. The lion is not stupid. Once you've gotten rid of it, you have a reason to beat the lion. Dream on. Wen Youning's eyes curved and she reached out to poke it. The live broadcast equipment flickered with red light and she paused, retracting her hand. Is it an emergency? She hurriedly took out her phone and the ID. Set me a time flashed across the screen. As soon as it connected, a man's angry voice came through. I don't care where you've put it. It absolutely can't be kept at home. If I come back tonight and see it's still here, I'll throw you out too. Got it, don't annoy me. The boy's drawn-out tone clearly expressed his helplessness. Woof. If you're going, then go. Don't yell, SHH. The boy raised his index finger to the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth, calming the dog first before saying to Wen Youning, Teacher Wen, do you think my big howler like this doesn't look like rabies? It doesn't show any symptoms. Wen Youning asked doubtfully, what's wrong? What happened that made you suddenly suspect rabies? Give me a break, he slapped his thigh. I knew it. My dad insisted that the dog went crazy and tried to bite my little brother yesterday. He has been watching Teacher Wen's live stream for so long. How could he fail to see that it was rabies? The symptoms of rabies after onset are still very obvious. However, just him believing the dog is healthy seems useless. He needs to make sure his dad believes it too. At that time, I wasn't there, so I didn't know what happened. When I got back, my dad said the dog had rabies. If we don't get rid of it soon, it might eat our family. Wow, it's a Tibetan Mastiff. I've never seen anyone raise this kind of dog. Every city has its own rules about keeping dogs. This one is too fierce. But it's really cool. Those eyes that size just standing there is like a guardian. Tibetan Mastiffs are mainly distributed in the areas where the Tibetan ethnic group resides, and their name comes from their origin on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. In addition, there is a sparse distribution in countries like Europe and America. They are fierce, decisive, combative, and tough, but very loyal to their owner, with a strong aggression towards strangers. It's a Tibetan Mastiff, but its bloodline is not very pure. Wind Me Up was proving this for his dog. I feel like it's quite gentle most of the time. It doesn't guard its food. When you reach in while it's eating, it won't even make a peep. The more he knows how gentle the big howler is, the more Wind Me Up finds it hard to understand. Why did it suddenly pounce on my brother? It was impossible to have a surveillance camera every 3 steps in this large grassland. At that time, I really didn't know what was happening. Just give me a spring. He was almost convinced that the dog was really rabid. Now that things have turned out this way, I truly don't know what to do. Just give me a spring. For other dogs, it could be that a child is bullying the dog, pulling fur or tugging at the tail. But for a Tibetan Mastiff, such actions should not just lead to tackling. I don't know much about Tibetan Mastiffs. I've seen news online about Tibetan Mastiffs attacking people, but I don't know if it's true. It might just have a bad temper. Anyway, as long as it's not rabies, it's fine. At worst, we can just move the dog somewhere else. Just don't let it come into contact with small children. Wen Youning understood the basic situation and asked, "Why do you want to pounce on his brother?" Woof, the Tibetan Mastiff raised its eyes, looking ferocious and unfriendly. "What's it to you? So what if I pounced?" "Wang likes it, Wang is happy, Wang wants to pounce." The big howl revealed a displeased snarl. "Wang Wu just pounced. The fool picks up things from the ground to eat. Little people can't eat things on the ground." Wang stopped it and hit Wang. Wang is angry. "What are you picking up?" Tibetan Mastiff rolled its eyes. "Woof. I don't know." Wang didn't see it clearly before getting hit. Wen Youning looked at the angry dog and explained to the boy, "Your brother picked something from the ground to eat, and the dog thinks that kids shouldn't pick things off the ground, which is why it jumped." "What are you talking about?" The dad who returned to get something happened to hear this and asked, "What are you up to?" "Dad, this is a very popular animal doctor online. She said it's not rabies." "Wind me up a bit." She adjusted her phone. "Anyway, I believe what Teacher Wen said. The big howl is for a good cause." "Woof. Woofing is doing good deeds." Dad pointed at him, feeling a bit angry but not knowing how to start the conversation. He simply went inside to pick up his younger son. "Come on, tell your brother that you didn't pick anything to eat off the ground." Pick it up, eat it, The child still couldn't speak fluently, smiling with his big round eyes wide open. Dad said, "Besides, he is a child, not a fool. Would he just pick up anything from the ground to eat?" The child clapped his hands and said, "Chocolate, pick up chocolate, so much chocolate." Dad was taken aback. "What chocolate?" "Give me a spring mechanism." A thought flashed. "Right, that's it. Dogs will die from eating chocolate, so the big dog thinks the chocolate on the ground is very dangerous and doesn't let the younger brother eat it, which is why he pounces on him. It's round. It's a complete circle." Dad gave him a glare and said, "Idiot, where would the chocolate come from on the grassland?" Wen Youning suddenly asked, "I heard some sheep bleating over there. Do you have sheep?" "Yes," Dad said doubtfully. "Herding sheep is our job, of course we have sheep." Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "Is it that De Hao knocked down the child while you were herding sheep?" "That's right." Dad was on the scene at the time. In just a moment, De Hao had already pinned the child to the ground, not caring about anything else, and quickly picked up the fallen child, fearing he would be eaten by the Tibetan Mastiff. Wen Youning nodded. "Then that's right." "What's wrong?" Dad didn't react for a moment. "Give me a winding," hesitantly. "The sheep dung egg looks a bit like." In an instant, Dad's face turned green as he shook the child. "What did you eat back then?" "I'm asking you what you ate." "Wow, this really can't be played around with, if I don't get enough food soon." "Sheep chocolate, bah. Wow, pure natural without pollution, no additives, no preservatives, no coloring, no chocolate." Laughing to death, if there were no dogs, the kids would eat at the buffet. "How could you suspect that the Tibetan Mastiff is sick while trying to stop the child? That's just too bad." "Wind me up," he said with a smile while touching his nose. "My big howl is quite clean." It didn't see clearly what it was. When Youning retrieved some water from her backpack, it pounced and got beaten up. "Woo woof." The Tibetan Mastiff sat on the ground, feeling wronged and puffing up. "I should have known not to stop them. Next time, Wang will wait a bit longer before stopping. It's definitely not possible to be this fast. Give me a wind up." I can't hear the inner voice, but I can feel the dog's grievances. Holding it tightly around the neck, I said, "Oh, poor thing. It's all the old man's fault. You did nothing wrong, dear. You did the right thing. You did very well." Dad still didn't quite believe it, rolling up his sleeves and saying, "Come on, tell Dad, did you really eat?" The child stammered, "No." Dad breathed a sigh of relief. I just said, how could it be so coincidental? It must be the streamer trying to attract attention by randomly guessing after hearing the sheep bleat. Child, and no, I didn't eat. Dad's face showed a moment of blankness. What? At the age of just starting kindergarten, struggling to use the vocabulary he had mastered to defend himself, wailing pressure, can't get up. When Dad heard this, his anxious heart finally sank, misunderstanding that it was the Tibetan Mastiff. Last time you picked it up, you got beaten for it. Haven't you learned your lesson? He shifted the topic and said, I said, De Hao is usually so well behaved. How could he suddenly hurt someone? Give me a key winding. He pouted, but you didn't say that before. Dad glared at him, you're everywhere. Then turned back with a smile to the phone. Hello, streamer, I'm bothering you with this little problem at home. Give me a key winding. He sighed and poured oil behind. And you say others are scammers, tusk, tusk, tusk. Dad pointed at him, being mindful of the live broadcast, and said nothing further. Thank you, teacher. We have no issues here. I'll hang up first to deal with some personal grievances. It's not good to hit children and start a live stream. Is this the royal translation? If it weren't for Teacher Wen, the dog's grievances would be great. Must sincerely apologize. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to compensate for the loud howl. He kept responding and said hello to Wen Youning before hanging up the call. Wen Youning poured water for Lancelot. The jerky was a bit dry and hurt her teeth. She just bit into a piece of sinew and chewed for a long time without being able to break it down, eventually swallowing it whole. This jerky is not as tasty as the one I brought. Wen Youning was tearing apart the remaining half piece. She had brought less and saved most of it for the white lion to eat. After all, that brand is not available for purchase here. The white lion's tongue curled around the clear water, and it didn't seem very thirsty, but still drank a few sips out of courtesy. While Wen Youning was connecting, the chat software group already had 99 plus messages. There was too much content scrolling too quickly. Besides useful information, it was mostly mixed with images. Locals do not dare to be too blatant about poisoning, so places frequented by tourists and lions that linger around the center of the lion pride have not been affected. More often, it is the stray lions without a pride, or those close to the edge of a protected area, that get poisoned. It is common for stray lions to have inconsistent meals. Without companions, they must also be careful not to be discovered when hunting in the territory of other dominant males. If there is a piece of meat that no one wants, they won't hesitate too much to take it. Animals do not think about whether the meat is a trap. Seeing food eating, it's that simple. Wen Youning saw a picture of a lion eating in the group, and from the complete cross-section of the meat, it was obvious that it was food provided by the staff, with added drugs in the meat. Bulkberg, Wen Youning saw on the map that most of the unusually eye-catching lions were in this area. The still nursing lion cub escaped disaster. This area is still too close to where the locals graze their livestock. It will be fine once the wall is built. Oh, the yellow lion's head is resting in the basin. Are you done yet? It's uncomfortable to lie down. There's still a bottle not finished yet. It's not that quick. Wen Youning changed out the empty bottle, hung the new one back up, and tilted her head to ask, where does it hurt? What? I can't breathe. Wen Youning reached out her fingertips going along the edge of the iron basin, and took off the iron basin covering the yellow lion's face. If it's pressed down so tightly, who won't suffocate? If the edges weren't so mismatched and there was air, you would have been pressed to the ground for CPR by now. Wen Youning moved the basin away. Is it better now? Huangshi licked his lips, his fur on his face damp. Awa. No. Still uncomfortable. Just feel uncomfortable. Wen Youning nodded slightly and patiently asked, where do you feel uncomfortable this time? Wu, Huangshi fell into deep thought, seeming a bit troubled by this question. My paw is uncomfortable. I've been here too long and it's numb. Yes, it's just that my paws are uncomfortable. Oh, Wen Youning pondered, so it turns out your paws are numb. I will send a professional masseuse to help you massage and relax. Huang Shi looked confused and asked, huh? What? Lancelot. The white lion charged forward in a swift step. Ow, whoa! The yellow lion quickly retracted his paw and tucked it under his body. Wen Youning made a sound of acknowledgement and patted the white lion, as expected, professional. Huang Shi. Haha, the lion's illness is cured. Looking at Lancelot's posture, it doesn't look like a massage. It seems more like an attempt to completely eliminate future troubles. Once bitten, the claws definitely won't feel numb. It might just be that the break hurts a bit. If it hurts, let Teacher Wen give some painkillers. That is a different issue, not something that we, the white lions, handle